Welcome to the Delhi NCR Open 2023. This is the fifth edition of the tournament. And next on the tee we have Jairaj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh and Kshitij Navid Kaul from Delhi and Sachin Besoya from Delhi Golf Club. A very fiery three ball, and it's over to Amit Dubey in the studios for live action from Noida Golf Course. It's a beautiful day here. We're looking for some good golfing this morning.
It's a really beautiful day today. The wind's off the west, 24 degrees, slight nip in the air. Golf course looks pristine. We have Kshitij waiting on the tee. So the first hole at Noida Golf Course is a 527-yard par 5. Not the longest, but the challenge is finding the fairway. The green is undulating severely on both sides, so hitting it to the right side of the green makes life easier. This is the 9:10 tee time. On the tee, we have Jairaj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh. He's a left-hander. Left-handers always look so much more graceful swinging the club. So the wind's off the right today. So he needs to start this ball between both those buildings and work it back.
young man from Chandigarh golf course, Jairaj Singh Sandhu, is known to hit a very decent distance off the tee, amongst one of those longer hitters of the ball. I think he's aiming at the left edge of those two buildings, staring it down.
Deliberate with his pre-shot routine, meticulous, you know.
Seems to be happy with that tee shot, picks up the tee, makes way for Sachin Basoya, the winner of the first tournament of the season at Tollygunge Club.
Plays out of Delhi Golf Club. You know, Delhi Golf Course is a very demanding golf course off the tee, and I guess pros coming out of Delhi Golf Course have a tendency to hit it straighter.
I would have to agree with you on that, Amit.
Likes to work the ball right to left, and the wind's off the right today.
Seems to be happy.
So if after a good drive, it's nothing more than a mid iron in, and the pin's on the top left today. So, and the wind's from the right, so it's a accessible pin, I would say.
I'll have to agree with you on that, Amit. The way the wind is blowing today, it's helping the players off the first tee. It's blowing a little right to left and down, and anybody who hits it 280, 285 yards, I don't see them going with anything longer than a 5-iron into this first hole par 5.
Yeah, and especially, you know, coming downwind and the pin being at the back, you can always, you know, pitch it in the middle and let the ball work towards the hole. Gets it. We'll see a lot of balls coming close to this flag, I guess. You know, might see a few eagles coming in.
I think amongst the par 5s on this golf course, this one presents the most amount of opportunities for an eagle. I would definitely agree with you. You will have a couple of eagles coming on the first for sure this morning.
Yeah, the greens are looking good. I went on the golf course, had a look. They look really good. They're in good condition. Noida Golf Course has always been a golf course that challenges you on the greens equally as it challenges you off the tee. So it's going to be one on the greens because you know, playing on this golf course as a professional and with you before, we've always realized that Noida Golf Course is you know, the distance not being so long, it's more of the person who can get the putts in, you know, comes on top.
Yes, Noida Golf Course actually presents you with every kind of shot shaping that you have in the bag. It tests you with draws and fades off the tee. Some of them which are absolutely straight holes as well, like the 11th, and or so to say the 9th, the 18th. But a few of them, like hole number 6 demands a draw, hole number 7 demands a fade, hole number 8 demands a draw. It's a beautiful setup. It's a beautiful design. So all your golfing abilities are put to test here at Noida Golf Course.
And it's a good mix of short and long holes. You know, I was talking to some of the pros earlier today, and it's, you know, these short ones are the ones that you need to really be more strategic off the tee, because it's inviting you to, you know, basically overpower it. But that's the key is, you know, playing the hole to its merit. And you know, I've seen over a period of time that you know, those are the holes where the more patient player generally has an average lower score.
If I was to put it in a simpler term, I think you have to respect the architect of the golf course.
Yeah, it's yeah. Especially the shorter holes. They have the greens are much more undulating than the longer ones, So they have tougher pin positions. There's more break on the green. So you need to make sure that if just like number 2, if you hit it green high with your drive, which you could with this modern day equipment, but it's a really tough up and down. Whereas if you hit it, if you strategically play it off the tee, you can have a much easier second shot. Leave it at the right position, so you have an easier putt.
Getting back on the golf course, amongst the early movers, we have Anura Rohana from Sri Lanka, who's birdied the first 2 holes out of the first 3 he's played. Moving on to 4 under for the tournament and 2 under for the day. Early pace is going to set the day. Early move is going to set the pace of the day. Let's see how it goes for the groups following behind.
Yeah, the first 2 holes are potential birdie holes. First being a shortish par 5, and the second one being a short par 4. So if you don't come out with 12 or sorry 11 on the first 3 holes, you might have lost a shot to the field, So
I'd definitely say half a shot for sure.
Yeah, so this is the right greenside bunker on hole number 2. And
that looked like Saqib from Bangalore. He's just left it a little short, tight pin position there.
Just like I mentioned earlier, this is the small short holes have much more challenging greens, and you can see the how much of elevation they have. You can see Naman chipping here. He's pretty tall, and you can see it's almost knee high, and it's.
Some of these pin positions have been tucked into corners.
Yeah,
that one needed a little more legs on that. Beautiful chip, nevertheless.
Yeah, chipping on these tight pins, and on Noida golf course greens, you need to leave the ball at the right place for the next part, because there's a lot of slope and grain supporting it most of the time. So I would give him like an 8 on that chip.
Yeah, definitely. It's just come up about a grip length short of the flag. I'm assuming he might have driven it till there. That's Muniappa from Bangalore, the Indian Open champion from 2009.
It's good to see him in form, It's he's had a few years of bad form with injury.
That's
so
right.
It's good to see him play well again.
He's looking fitter. I was speaking to him yesterday. He's been working out, has been hitting the gym on a very regular basis. Over to the first hole, Sachin Bisoya with his second. Still waiting for the green up ahead to clear up. Beautiful day here at Noida Golf Course, nice and sunny.
Yeah, we've been very lucky with the weather. It looked like it might rain in the morning when it was quite ominous, but then the breeze blew it away, and it's a perfect day for golf now.
Yeah, definitely. We had a bit of a rain threat just about 15 odd minutes before start of the day, but luckily, as Amit said, the wind blew it away, and hopefully it's going to remain like that. Sachin Bisoya for his second on the par 5 first.
This couldn't be more than a hybrid or a long to middle iron, so he
doesn't look like it. I remember he hit his tee shot off to the right a bit, hit a tree and came back into play.
So I can see, you can see the difference in the grain from the front of the green to the back of the green. It's like a spine that runs through the center of the green. And the first half, it's you're hitting into the grain, and the second half of the green, you're hitting with the grain. So, if you pitch it past the spine, generally the ball doesn't hold on the first hole, because the grain makes it skid.
I think this flag on the first hole today is just over the slope, So the best position to come into this, if you were to look at a possible eagle, would definitely be from past the hole. I am assuming these guys would be aiming to go somewhere past that flag to have any kind of a realistic chance.
Yeah, and you know, with the clubs they're coming in with, you want to actually land the ball just into the top of the upslope, kill it a bit, and then let the ball trickle down the second half of the green.
It's a very fiery 3-ball, this one. Young and fiery, if I was to add. Kshitij on your screens. Very quiet young man.
Likes to move it left to right. So, but the wind's right to left, so it's he must be starting it on the center, I guess, you know.
Just a hint of a wind from the right, so that should definitely negate the fade that he likes to put on the ball. As you can see, these guys have driven the ball at least 285 to 290 yards off the tee. If my memory serves me right, it's close to about 290 yards to go past the last mound on the left of the fairway.
The last mound, they've made couple of new mounds actually. So they put a few more undulations on the left side of the fairway. This is Thangaraja from Sri Lanka.
We have 3 Sri Lankans playing this week, and Thangaraja, Anuradrohana, and Mithun Pereira.
And we have this is Shamim Khan. He's won the Order of Merit a couple of times, right? And a little out of form this year, but you know, I was speaking to him. He says, you know, his game's coming around again. Not particularly happy with his ball striking, but the other parts he feels is in place.
He's got beautiful hands. He's got great feel. Known to be one of those wizards around the green. As you can see with that golf swing, smooth like butter, literally.
You know, probably the key to his success with his game is his rhythm. You know, over the years, I haven't seen it change at all. Haven't seen his swing change also at all. And you know, that's I guess consistency is the name of the game, right?
Last 15 years or 18 years that I've seen Shamim Khan, I don't think there's a change in his game.
Yeah,
absolutely none. On the tee from Chandigarh, the talkative Ranjit Singh likes to hit it off the deck on the first hole. Seems to be happy.
Yeah, very good from tee to green, you know. So one of the more consistent ball strikers, works it left to right, has control over his flight, hasn't changed a bit in his even his technique. Personality remains the same also. Always have good conversations with him on the golf course.
After Ranjit split the fairway with that driver, and Thangaraja seems to be inspecting the club for some reason.
Yes, that was Jairaj Singh Sandhu off from the fairway bunker. That's a pretty good golf shot because
there's hardly any room to stop the ball over the flag, right?
He needs to pitch it on the top tier.
Almost needs to pitch it perfect to be able to stop. It's a good 30-yarder, right?
Yeah, it's 27 yards in, so he's just front. Yeah, about 30 yards.
35 yards, which is one of the tougher shots in golf.
That would be,
I'd say,
well within the tour averages, even on the PGA Tour, you know. So that's a good. And you know, I was inspecting the bunkers earlier today, and the sand looked consistent. And you know, probably this is one thing that pro golfers want to, have consistency in the sand, and it looked very consistent. The 3-4 bunkers that I inspected.
Yeah, beautiful sand in the bunkers here. Doesn't really go and settle down inside the, one of those fried eggs, if I may put it in golfing terminology. Nice and firm bunkers. With his third, Kshitij, that's where he landed, on the right side of the green. Likes to visualize his shot. That's pretty much with most of the tour players, visualizing the path the ball is going to take.
I guess visualization is probably essential for, to get the success you need from what you've been rehearsing, because you rehearse something and you need to know what it's going to result in, and visualizing is almost playing the shot before you play it.
Superb touch by Kshitij. Will tap that in for a 4 birdie on the first.
Yeah.
To move in to 5 under par and tied for third at the moment. Funny game, golf. Shortest off the tee amongst the three of them. Sachin is the only one who found the green.
Yeah. He's got I guess a 15-20 footer for eagle.
Would you say that they'll break left to right looking at the green?
Yeah, it's going to be slow too, because it's basically in and from the left, both.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's got a read from Kshitij's chip as well. So
hope he's hit that one.
I guess he knows. Like I said earlier, it's slow and from the left.
Misses it on the lower side.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead to tap that one for a 4. I'm sure he's going to be happy with that start.
Yeah, after this tee shot, he should. Yeah, but he. When grainy greens, it's always a toss up of how much you're guessing how much the grass is going to affect the roll of the ball, and it's tough sometimes when it's grainy. It's tough to commit to what you've decided.
I think when it is grainy, there are 2 factors that come in: speed and the line. So you got to be perfect in both those aspects.
Yeah. Jairaj, I think this should be for a 4. So 3 4s for this group in 3 different ways. There are no pictures on the scorecard, so golf is, I guess you need only one good shot a hole to make a birdie sometimes.
Absolutely. One good putt can negate your wrongdoings. In the frame, you just saw Gaurav Pratap Singh and Sudhir Sharma. The last and final pairing of the day.
That's Shamim from the center of the fairway. For him, it should be a fairway metal in. He's found the right side of the green. That's probably where he wanted to hit that shot also. From 200 yards, 250 yards, I guess I would give him like 7.
Shamim Khan doesn't do anything spectacular, but yet comes back with scores of 68s and 67s. I've seen him over the years.
He does all the good things really well, all the important stuff,
Yep.
Yeah.
Second to go would be Ranjit Singh.
Yeah. He's going to get a read off Shamim's putt, which is perfect. It's both side by side.
Might be a bit of a double breaker there. We'll have to cater for that small little spine that we were talking about just a while ago.
Yeah, they'll have to
move right to left and then left to right.
Yeah, they'll have to ride on the fall line for a bit. Yeah.
Right.
I always feel Ranjit's, technique is something which hasn't changed, but his rhythm is amazing. He's probably one of the best timers of the ball I've played with when I used to play, that is, earlier. And I saw him here and it hadn't changed at all. So
very consistent with his golf swing and his ball flight. So as they say, consistency is the key. In the frame is Hani Basoya, who seems to like this golf course, has won it here twice, I think.
Yeah, and I was watching him play at the DGC Open also. His confidence is high, so his confidence, as you know, is a big thing. So spoke to him this morning. He was feeling good about his game, and so was Gaurav. He's a local player. He plays. This is his home course. He knows this course probably better than any other golf course.
And also his breakthrough win back in 2009 came here at Noida Golf Course.
Yes, that's true.
He'll be looking to double that number.
Yeah, likes to move it left to right. Felt good with his ball striking. He says, I'm hitting. It's coming out the way I want it to come out. So look to see some good shots from him today.
Works with his Australian coach, Kel Llewellyn, just outside Melbourne. Has been sending him his videos to get them analyzed from time to time.
Likes to rehearse that preset because has a tendency to get a bit inside sometimes in his backswing. So this just to kind of get the feeling of where he wants it. Yeah.
Looks like that ball might have finished a fraction right of where he wanted it to.
Honey loves to move it right to left. Everything. He's a very draw dominant player and a powerful player too. Hits it pound for pound.
Pound for pound, hits it far.
Yeah. He's
flies it anything around 285, 290 yards in the air.
Yeah, and doesn't hold back a bit.
Fearless. Seems to like it.
Yeah, and it's I was watching him hit on the range. Balance has always been his forte.
Our tournament leader Sudhir Sharma with that scintillating 28 on the first day with 2 eagles and 4 birdies.
Yeah, Sudhir's plays his home course is JP, which is really close by. Comes here quite often, so he's very well versed with this track, and generally has performed well out here.
Still waiting for that breakthrough win, although he's had some really good finishes. Finished behind Shiv Kapoor, the eventual winner at the 21 Panasonic Open.
Again, really good time off the ball. Probably I used to work with him a few years ago, and generates a lot of lag in his golf swing. So don't go with it by his size. He's amongst the longer hitters there.
Something like Sergio Garcia. Are you saying that?
Well, Sergio is. Yeah, we could say that. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful touch.
Yeah, that's amazing. This is. He wasn't in the bunker. He was on the face of the bunker, and wow, that's incredible golf shot there.
Thanga Raja, one of those faster players on the tour, doesn't like to stand on the ball and think too much.
None of the Sri Lankans do, right? Because even Rohana, he's super fast.
Yeah, Rohana, Mithun,
yeah,
Thanga, all 3 of these players really quick. You'll never see them going on the clock. The referee's happy. Well, this one seems to be quick. Ranjit Singh, without wasting any time.
Shamim will have a really good look at this because he's got almost the same part. It's the grain. That would be probably he won't be too disappointed that he's just got to tap in, but. The grain is strong from left to right, and it generally tends to turn. We saw the other ball also miss on the lower side, right?
Going by your love for the numbers, I'd say that was a 9 on 10.
Yeah, I would give myself. If I have a 4 incher on the first hole for birdie, I'll be happy.
I'd take that any day of the year. Shamim Khan must have got a read from Ranjit's ball.
Yeah, I guess must have. It looked like he came out of it. He wasn't sure about something.
Didn't quite commit to that.
Yeah, and his caddy is a local caddy, Satyaprakash. Yeah, I think it's Satyaprakash. Yeah.
I think it always helps to have a local boy on the bag.
It's surprising, but I don't know if people might not know this, but Noida golf course caddies tour. Most of the, like, at least a dozen of them are on tour right now. So I guess it's they know the job well.
Shamim Khan with that testy 3-footer.
Yeah,
for birdie
I would
on the
say I would give this one at least a ball outside the left.
I'd say so.
Yeah. So yeah, I would be disappointed with that. But it was actually more to do with the first part. The first part was probably the one that he would be more disappointed with. That he missed it on the higher side, and he must have seen Ranjit's ball and
not quite the start he was looking for.
Yeah. It just bobbled a bit out there,
Probably speck of grass or something.
I think it hit something in the middle.
Looked like it did wobble.
Yeah.
Moving his marker back is Tanga. We'll have that small little 2-footer to start with the birdie on the first.
In ancient times, when golf was in, I would say, 40s, 30s, there was no concept of marking the ball on the green. So people used to get stymied behind the other person's, so you had to actually hit around the person's putt. And the phrase used was stymied.
Yeah, I remember that. This is Kshitij call. He seems to have taken the slightly easier route, playing on to the first hole.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's the place to be today.
Not with that pin. Not with that
flag.
pin. He's short-sighted himself a bit. Yeah, he's got to get over these trees. Then there's a bunker in the way also, and then probably 80 yards. So getting it to spin enough from this yardage.
I don't think it's anything more than a 70 or 80 yarder.
Yeah, but the good thing is
spinning it would not be a problem, especially with the wind blowing.
Yeah, he's into the wind. Yes, true.
This is the final pairing of the day. Gaurav Pratap Singh, like I said, did not really seem very happy. Seems to have missed the fairway just off to the right a bit.
A right on the first hole is a better miss, because the hole kind of opens up from the right side. You just need to keep it low for a bit, and you can just thread the bunkers, and ball should, if he gets the right yardage, he should be able to get it close actually.
The fluttering of that flag shows you that the wind is right to left and down if you look at it from the tee. Another one's in early movers are Kshitij and Sachin Bisoya, having birdied the first, move on to tied third at 5 under par, behind Hani Bisoya, who's at 7, and Sudhir, the leader of the tournament, at 8 under par, who've just teed off the first.
Sudhir from the center of the fairway. Again, his balance is immaculate. For someone who hits it that far with the physique he has, his balance has always been spot on.
Doesn't seem very happy with the way he stamped on the divot. By the looks of it, he might have gone a little left of the green.
This is Kshitij, who played from the first fairway, found the bunker, and it's a tight bunker shot from there. We got really very little green to work it, because the kind of, and that's honey from the center of the fairway on the first hole.
Going back to the bunker that you were just talking about on the second, it's almost chest deep.
Yeah, and the sides, they slope away, so if you're just about a little bit short, it's going to roll back. It won't go on the green.
Nothing short of perfect would end up close to the hole from the angle that Kshitij just came in. No doubt he's got a 6-footer to save that par on the second. Jairaj and Sachin both sizing up their birdie attempts.
So this one's going to be quite slow, because it's into the grain, and he's got a
bit of a ridge.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. If you're in the bunker and if you land it just a wee bit short, it actually catches that and rolls back off the green. So he's got to be aggressive with this one.
He's quite a good putter, I've noticed, and he's only improving over the years. Displayed some really good. There you go.
See?
Did I say that too soon?
Yeah,
I did.
that's
Brilliant start, birdie start for Sachin Bisoya that moves him into third place on his own at 6 under par. I think he heard you. It's a little slow, hit it firm.
Yeah, probably that's the only thing he could have done, mistake he could have made, because I was watching him putt, and he was just rolling the ball from 15 feet, and he hold all three with the same pace.
Not much of a line on that, probably a little off the right, just a little off the right.
On this one,
No.
no. On the one before, no, because he was actually, the grain was,
Pretty much straightish.
yeah, pretty much straightish, yes.
Kshitij
But those are the
too.
tougher ones, right? Because you actually want to see some kind of line from some sides, so that it's going to. It actually widens the hole if you can see some kind of line.
It's pretty much like moving a ball left to right or right to left on a fairway. Gives you that much more room to play with.
It's early days, yeah, but this could be a confidence builder if he gets this one in.
I was wrong. I think this is a little outside 6 feet. Par save on the second for.
Yeah, it's always good to good chip on the first hole, good putt on the second hole. So he's got his insurance
going.
He's got his insurance policies in place, So, and it's good for your confidence if you get a good putt on the first few holes.
Definitely sets the pace for the day.
We're not sure what this putt is for, but it's he's got a good read from Kshitij's putt.
I would assume he is there for a birdie.
Just lacked pace a bit, so I think. So he was coming with the grain, so he had a faster putt than.
It did
Sachin,
break a little,
yeah.
just a shade
Yeah.
left to right.
At that pace, I think he could have taken a little more borrow on it. This is Ranjit, perfect angle for this flag. Little bit off the left. Likes to fade it. Want to start it in the center, or I think he's just double crossed this one. He's not happy with. So double cross is when you're trying to fade it and you kind of draw it, and or vice versa when you're trying to. Yeah.
Perfect angle he was coming in.
Yeah,
I think he got the right yardage off the tee as well.
Could have been between clubs, Generally, professional golfers double cross when they're like between. They want to kind of,
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Shamim Khan, another one. coming at the same angle.
Oh, he must be licking his chops right now because this is his distance. He's so good from this distance.
Seems to have started it online. Shade right, probably.
Like I said, this is his territory.
Brilliant approach shot on the second by Shamim Khan. After that, 3-putt par on the first.
So
he'd like to make early amends.
That's Thangaraja wasting no time.
Like I said, they're really quick players, all three.
Yeah.
From Sri Lanka.
Oh, didn't factor in the. I guess didn't factor in the wind or between clubs. You just underclubbed it. It's in the right bunker where Kshitij was.
That's pretty much like missing your face with a fork, literally, isn't it?
Yeah, while eating, and you don't want to poke your eye with a fork. So
I mean, for that, from that distance, nothing more than 100 yards, you're looking at.
And Thangaraja is actually good from that distance.
He's a very good wedge player, indeed.
I guess he was, he was not sure of the wind, or he wasn't, confident of the club he had chosen. It's always something like that because I've seen him play. He doesn't make these mistakes.
Yeah, any professional with a wedge in his hand is looking at hitting the ball within 10 feet of the target.
I would say ballpark, 100 yards, 10 feet. Yeah.
I think that would be a good average to look at.
So we have Jairaj Singh Sandhu on the third tee, which is a par 3, 207 yards. The winds, again,
flag, I think, is left center.
It's going to be a tough flag today because the winds from the left also. So, this is a you want to actually carry it 195 to clear the bunker. And then, center green would be a really good result here.
That'd be ideal.
Yeah.
Anywhere within 15-20 feet right of the hole is a good place to be.
And there's a mound in the middle of this green which makes the putting a little more
tougher to read.
Yeah, it gives you more movement on your putts than what you would expect. Once you look at the green from far.
You were just talking about that double cross, Amit, just a while ago. Ranjit was trying to fade it into that bottom right flag on the second, actually came slightly over the top and probably pulled it left.
Yeah. So, that generally watching him play, he's good from this distance, and especially his. So
you have the leaderboard here. Sudhir Sharma leading with that slim margin over Hani Bisoya by a shot. Sachin, who's birdied the first and the second, moves on to 6 under par, along with Ranjit Singh for tied third. Kshitij Naved Kaul a stroke behind at -5 and tied for fifth position at the moment.
So this putt's a bit slow to start with, and it's got a lot of left to right in it. So it's all speed now. Within 2 feet from here, 1.5, 2 feet should have been happy. See, it's a little slow coming up that slope, and generally, you're looking at because right after the flag there's a downslope, so you generally want to play a bit defensive with that part.
You could have been the 15th club on anybody's bag today. I mean.
So yeah, this is my home course, so a little familiar with the conditions here.
Ranjit would definitely not be happy with that first putt of his on the second hole, leaving himself a tight left to righter to save par from 8 to 10 feet.
Yeah, and again, a speed putt. It's you take your line, stay committed to it, because
I think staying committed on grainy greens is probably the key.
Yeah, because your eye is not seeing that, but your
eyes probably see, but your mind doesn't believe.
Yes, because the slope is not there. It's just the grass that's going to make the ball move.
So it's a toss up.
Yeah. And probably his. This is something that he keeps working on more because he feels that he needs to improve more on his putting than anything else. But that was probably misread because the speed was perfect.
With this new rule of leaving the flag in the hole, I don't know, I'm not very comfortable with that for some reason. I could never, I mean, from a 30-footer, I'm still okay, but anything within 10 feet, I like to take that flag out. And I don't know, I only see half side of the cup, and I don't see the entire hole. I was once playing with Thangaraja, and I was very surprised that even on a 2-footer, he was banging them in with the...
that's perfect. This is, it was left to right. Good speed. Shamim is very comfortable on these greens. He's played here large number of times.
He's had a couple of victories on this course, I think.
Yeah, that's correct.
Just going back to what I was saying about Thangaraja, you see he doesn't like to take that flag out. He doesn't have anything more than a 4 to a 5-footer to save that par from the right bunker. So and the last time when I was playing with him, I noticed that he would leave that flag inside, and I was telling myself, what if he hits it a little too hard and the ball jumps out? And on the very next hole, it actually happened.
Yeah, you should have this for something else.
No, but I was actually speaking to him. I said, "Are you comfortable?" He says, "I'm really comfortable with it."
Yeah.
So you can see how comfortable he is.
This was a toss-up because the grain was right to left and the slope was left to right. So he was kind of in the middle of whether he should commit to the grain or the slope.
Yeah, getting back to what you were saying earlier, commitment is the key on grainy greens. Was that a semi-shank?
Not sure which hole this is. Oh, this is the third hole. This is the par 3 third. No, it's I guess could have been in a precarious lie because it depends on the left and it's a tight bunker shot from there. Yeah, probably not many balls coming close to this flag today with the way where the pin is and the way the wind is, and
I think a right to left movement could possibly get a little closer.
Yeah, so you expect the players who like to draw it get closer to that flag.
Hani Basoya has got that one shot over Sudhir Sharma and storms into a joint lead after birding the first, along with Sudhir Sharma, who could only manage a par. Like I said, he was in the middle of the fairway. Did not really see, couldn't see him very happy with that second shot of his. I'm assuming going by his body language, he probably missed that on the left and could only manage a par at the most.
Yeah. So it's this is Jairaj, 8 feet for par, and so like you can see Sachin, he's standing on that mound we were talking about. There's a mound that kind of makes this green have more character to it.
I was told by the local management that they are planning to revamp the entire golf course. They'll probably be shutting down 9 holes on the course very soon, probably after another amateur tournament that is coming up very, very shortly. So when we come here again to play the next time, we'll probably be playing on new and redesigned greens.
And fairways too, actually. They're doing the whole drainage system because this golf course was made, I think, 3 decades ago or so, and so there's no proper drainage to it. And when it rains, it gets there's water logging.
Should be a welcome change.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking at how the technology has changed the sport in the last 3 decades, I'm sure they'll be looking at making this course tougher than what it is today.
Well, they can't make it longer, so they'll have to because land is always a constraint here. So, but yes, add more. They've I'm sure they'll do a good job with making it tougher. Yeah, you missed it on the lower side, you know. For a professional golfer, missing it on the lower side is probably more irritating than missing it on the higher side, right?
I'd say that you missing is okay, but on the lower side is an absolute no-no. Walking down the second, that's in your frames, ladies and gentlemen, is Gaurav Pratap Singh, who's had his first breakthrough victory on this golf course back in 2009. And has been hungry for a while now with a couple of good finishes.
This is Sachin for par. He was in the left bunker. He's got a good read of Jayaraj's putt, so, and he's a good putter, so I think he's got a good chance of holding this.
Makes no mistake,
yeah.
Sachin Basoya, our order of merit leader at the moment.
He was the winner of the first tournament.
That's correct, the first tournament of the season.
Yeah, but I guess Om Prakash is with his victory in KGA catapulted him on top.
I think Sachin had a decent finish at the Indian Open as well, so I'm assuming. You're right. Om Prakash Chauhan leads the order of merit, and followed closely by Aman Raj, and then Sachin Basoya as number 3. Pardon me.
So this is hole number 4. It's a really straight par 4. It's got trouble on both sides, but it's you don't need to hit your driver off the tee. It's not the longest hole. It's just 395, 400 yards. So
it surely is a straightforward hole, but definitely sets up for more like a fade off the tee. You want to be avoiding the right side out of bounds.
You know, like I was listening to Jack Nicklaus talk a few days ago, and he says, I never aimed at jail. So jail would be the right out of bounds on this hole. So professional golfers generally don't want to aim it at trouble and move it away. They generally want to start it away from trouble. So this would be, a fade would be a preferred shot pattern for a right-hander on this hole.
The left side, although, is guarded by a fairway bunker, which I think is quite flat. Even if you find the bunker, it's quite an easy
you can get it on the green
approach.
from there. Yeah.
Hole number 3, Ranjit Singh.
Yeah, so Ranjit likes to hit it left to right. So I'm looking for this ball to find the center of the green. It's
playing 197 yards today.
Yeah, it's probably, you want to carry it maybe 190, 192, because it's a firmish green. Ball releases about 5-6 yards on it. This is Thangaraja now. This would be more like a 6 iron for them. He started this one left, so he's trying to bring it in with the wind. So I think Gaurav's hit his drivers. He's taken the more aggressive route on the second hole. He left himself, I'm saying 25, 30 yards. So this would be like, then 2 ways of playing this. He can hit it high and soft and pitch it on the green, or he can skip it, and then spin it.
Looking at the way that flag is put in, I think
so
he'll have to fly
it. No, he took the skip route. Yeah, just got off line a bit. Or one more foot right, it would have rolled off the green.
Clearly not very happy with that.
Yeah, he just didn't start it. The choice of shot was the ladder, which is the skip and check. Like we were talking about. So this is probably his strength. So I'm not. He wouldn't give himself more than 6 for that. That's 6 out of 10. I mean. So Honey's looks like he's found the green. that would be his birdie range, I would say. So, and he's caught up with Sudhir, so can't see Sudhir on the screen yet. So, presuming he's not found the green in regulation. And a while ago on our screen was Mr. Sampachari, our tournament director. He's been with the PGTI since its inception. Fabulous, fabulous referee. Great regard for him. Never had a doubt in his ruling ever. Yeah, so Sudhir was just off the green on the left. Probably good thing he didn't short side himself. So he's got a pretty decent effort for par now.
Going back to the tournament director, Sampachari, I think has refereed close to 850 events so far and still going strong.
Always wears a smile, even when he's penalizing you.
That's true. I'll have to agree on that. Penalizing with a smile.
So I guess next to come would be Honey, sizing up his putt. It's left to right on the slope and right to left with the grain. So it's his he's trying to figure out how much the grain is going to affect it vis-a-vis the slope.
I like to call him Basoya when I'm around him or if I'm talking to him. I don't know, it just doesn't feel right to call him Honey.
Yeah, and yeah, but you know, it's there's so many Basoyas now. You know, I guess it's
yeah. When I'm right in front of one, I'd like to call him Basoya and not Honey.
Good setup, very neutral.
Is that for a birdie?
Yeah, that's for birdies.
Hit that drive far, didn't he?
Saw him putt, you know.
Short side.
Yeah,
again.
it's just the grain and the slope. How much is it's always a good guess. So the front left bunker getting a lot of action today on the third hole because with the pin there and the wind from the left, if you want to get a little adventurous, you need to start it in that bunker, and if you mishit it, I guess it finds it. So I'm assuming this is not for birdie because I don't think he hit the green, because when we were live earlier, it was.
Are they just showing you the flowers, or has somebody gone in there?
Well, it's spring and it's in full bloom. There's so much of color on the golf course. You know, it's amazing to go and watch it.
It's a beautiful sight, isn't it?
Oh.
Narrowly missing that, lipping it out on the lower side.
See again, because now he comes right to left with left to right grain, and Honey was left to right with right to left grain. So it's something which, you know, their best guess.
Now you're confusing me, Amit.
It's confusing them also. You can see it. Well, Sudhir is a streaky putter. When he's on, and when he's not on, he gets a little rough on the edges. But spoke to him. He was putting well. Especially the first round, he looked really content with his game.
Hard-working young man. Became a father a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good for a player's confidence. You know, first few holes, has a tester, sees the ball going in. It's just it sets the tone, I guess. Ranjit for par. Oh,
Making amends for that missed putt on the last. Seems to have read this one perfect.
yes. Well, with the moisture in the air today, so there's going to be the green is going to behave a little differently. There's going to be a little more grip on as far as the grain goes. So you might have some of them fooled because yesterday was a pretty dry day as far as the humidity goes.
There's Thangaraja who loves the flag in the hole. That's to save power on the third. Seems to have over borrowed a bit.
And that's Shamim. If I had to take somebody to make a 3-footer for me, I would take Shamim.
Amongst the ones making early moves is Harinder Gupta, who's birdied the second and then birdied the fourth, catapulting himself at 2 under par for the day and 5 under for the tournament, in tied 5th position, along with Kshitij, Shamim, Ranjit. Is Harinder Gupta.
Shamim for par. Yeah, always.
Never a doubt with him with those 3-footers, even after the missed attempt on the first hole for a birdie.
So as you can see, you can see the different shades of grass is showing you where the grain's from. So the front of the green has, you're hitting it down grain, so the ball's going to skid a bit, and then when it's lighter, you're with the grain. So basically the green then plays 2 different speeds.
That tip should really help amateurs in reading the speed as well as the lines on the golf course. Back to the action on hole number 4. Jairaj Singh Sandhu from the bunker on the right side of the fairway, just short of the green.
Yeah, this bunker is actually at least 20-25 yards or short of it. So either he was in trouble and he got it out into the bunker, or I don't see him miss club it by that much.
He probably was not in the bunker. He was probably on the face of it. That I think he was on the face, because I didn't see the caddy go and repair that.
Yeah. So I guess he was in the rough or something and chipped it out and it rolled up the face of the bunker.
Also, judging by the way that ball rolled on the green, he definitely was not in the bunker.
So this is Kshitij doing the aim point. This is how professional golfers have found a method to read the line on the greens.
I don't know. I've never been able to wrap my head around that technique of reading the slope. I mean, nothing can read the slope better than your eyes.
Yeah, but
but whatever helps, I guess.
I guess you'll remember this in yesteryears before we became pro. People used to use the plumb line. Remember? They used to dangle the putter in front of them. So this has got a lot of slope from left to right. It's at least two feet of break on this one. So.
Oh, he made that.
Did he make it? Oh wow!
Looks like it, because I can't see the ball there.
Just
short.
Yeah, so it's but
nicely hiding behind Jairaj's
Wouldn't be too disappointed with that. He had it on line.
Well, you leave it short, you're always disappointed, no matter what distance it is. As they say, never up, never in.
Yeah, a short putt never went in. So coming back to that never up, never in, there are certain things that, speed control on greens is probably the most important thing when it comes to putting, because it determines how much of borrow you're going to take or line you're going to take on your putt. And once you've decided the speed that you want to hit, then you take the spot where you want to start it. So basically, the ball will turn by itself. So all putts are straight putts to the point where you want it to start, and then either the grain or the slope or both do its job of moving the ball.
Amongst the ones,
so you can see, they had a really good roll on it.
making the move this morning is last year's Order of Merit champion, Manu Gandas. Had some trouble on the 4th and the 6th. Seems to have quickly recovered with back-to-back birdies on the par 5 8th and the par 4 9th. Making the turn at -1 for the day and 3 under for the total, finds himself in tight 10th position.
Kshitij, assuming this is for birdie, and you know, one thing I've always seen him, he is so meticulous and his routines are so deliberate. And routines are always very important when you are, you know, playing competitive golf, because it takes you in this higher level of consciousness, which makes you, you know, maybe do more than, you know, better yourself, I would say.
Looks like people are finding it a little tough to read the
Yeah, because you know
speed.
the moisture in the air has changed the how the surface is going to behave today.
Also playing this week is Gaganjeet Bhullar, who needs no words of introduction. Maximum number of wins by carrying a purse of $2 million.
This is the 7th hole. It's a short par 4, dogleg right. It's got a monument which you work the ball around.
Looks like that flag is put on a reverse slope at the back of the green.
That's one of their you know, weekend flags. They always have it on that top shelf.
Kshitij to save his par on the 4th with that tap-in. Very different style of playing. Likes to keep his hands absolutely straight. He's got a putter with a round grip on it. Doesn't like to change the grip.
Whatever works. Yeah. We come back to the 3rd hole now. Gaurav Pratap sizing up his putt. So Jairaj is losing ground a bit. Sachin is moved up a bit.
Those two buildings at the back, you live in one of those, don't you, Amit?
Yeah, I have a view of this hole from my bedroom.
You could have commentated back sitting in one of those balconies of yours.
That's Gaganjeet on the 7th.
We were just talking about Gaganjeet, the maximum number of Asian Tour wins under his belt, and one on the European Tour in Fiji. I was just talking to him the other day. He's got a 1.5-year-old daughter and loves spending time with her. Says it's now pretty much playing catch with her. She's running around the whole place. Bringing the house down in his words.
Gaurav, not sure whether this is for par or birdie, but uphill, right to left.
I'd say that'll be for a birdie.
Oh, it's left to right. Sorry.
Two missed birdie attempts back to back, 2nd and 3rd.
Spoke to Gaurav. Actually, saw him putting on the putting green on the practice round day, and he was trying out different putters. He was just trying to figure out which one he wanted to use this week. Sudhir. This should move a bit from his left to right. Yeah, just hit it through the brake there. Too much speed.
He really wanted to hold that one, didn't he?
I guess, he feels that he's losing ground a bit. He needs to stay patient.
He's actually not losing any kind of ground. I mean, Hani Besoya has just caught up a shot and they're both tied at 8 under at the moment. And early days, we're only on the third green, so
Yeah.
almost 2 rounds of golf to be played before anybody puts his hands on that beautiful trophy.
Thangaraja, he's coming from the left side from the left rough on number 4. Pins on the front right, so probably the right. Even though he's in the rough, this is the correct angle to come from.
Couldn't have asked for a better angle to work that ball close to the hole on the 4th. Looks like he chipped it out of the rough, and that would be his 3rd shot, rolling past 50 odd feet from the hole.
Ranjit. He's not sure if this is for birdie or par, but he's on the higher side of 50 feet.
Almost felt like a long iron there.
Yeah, it's the pin's 23 in, and he was just short of the green, so I would say more like 60 feet. First half of the green, there's down grain, so it gets you a bit confused, and then it's into the grain, so they're 2 different speeds that you're coming through. Oh, that was just lacked a bit of pace, honey. He must have thought he had it at some point. Now Sudhir. Tester, 5 feet.
I think this one breaks a shade from the right.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
makes
good.
no mistake.
So it's two putts. Last hole as well.
Guess who has moved into the top position? C. Muniappa, 2009 Indian Open champion, has made 4 birdies in the first 6 holes, starting with a bang on the first and then going on to make back-to-back birdies on 4, 5 and 6. Suddenly finds himself...
Good roll. Burning the edges, Thangaraja. I guess it just needs to hang in there, and they'll find the hole after some time.
I was just talking to Muniappa last evening at the driving range, and he seems to have a very carefree kind of attitude. He says, finally, my aches and pains have gone away. I've started exercising and hitting the gym on a very regular basis, and has been putting in the hours. Clearly shows 4 under through the first 6 on moving day. Number 3.
Oh, he just came out of that one. Probably not sure of the line. Shamim with the tester again.
Pretty much straightish, or would you say that moves a
I would
hint
say
from the left to right?
Left from the left. It's I would give it left edge. And he needs to keep the speed up because it is slow up that hill. So I would say left edge firm. Yeah, good. Well, he's getting his nerves tested early in the day. walks off like it was routine. That's Munyappa on our screen now.
A tournament leader. Started the day at 3 under. 5 shots behind the leaders. Behind the leader, Sudhir Sharma. And has made up 5 shots in the first 6 holes.
7th it's not the longest hole at 370 odd yards, but it is the hole which demands strategy. You hit a long iron off the tee, place it at the widest part of the fairway and the flattest part of the fairway, and then you have a wedge, anything between 90 to 110 yards coming in. So looking to see this ball within 10-12 feet, I would say. Clear shot, top right pin, hole number 7.
Since the flag, the bottom of the flag is not really visible from the from the fairway.
Started left.
Won't be very easy to get that ball close. He has to hit it left of the hole for it to feed towards it.
Not sure where it
Judging
finished.
the place to drop the ball is the most important, and I'd say the key to hitting it close on hole number 7 with your approach.
With that pin, you actually have to land it 6 to 8 yards short of where the pin is, because it's on a downslope, and the ball releases on. We're not sure where Munyappa has hit that shot. Now we have Naman, and this green is more like a roller coaster. It's got a 5-foot slope on it, so it's a testing putt for Naman.
Naman Dawar, the gentle giant from Delhi Golf Club.
You know, we've known him. I've known him for, I think, 2.5 decades, and he's still gentle. You know, so it's very, very calm, gentle personality. His father is a doctor, pediatrician.
Because of his dad, literally everybody's been calling him Doc.
Yeah. So that's Gaurav on number 4. He's found he's in the mounds on the right side of the fairway. Not too bad, but the wind's right to left and the pin's on the right. So this he's hoping to start in the center and hold its line. Anywhere in the center of the green would be a good shot from here. 4th hole.
Looking at that distance and the angle that he's coming from, I'm assuming he's going to try and be in the range of 15 odd feet from left of the hole. He has to avoid those small branches.
Oh, that's fabulous, because you know that's exactly where he must be wanting to hit this. There's a little bit of a sidle lie also, which helped him move it left to right. It's good to see Noida Golf Course plays so well, because it's probably one of the busiest golf courses in the world.
It definitely is, with the retired population that lives around the course.
So he's finding a bit of trouble on the first few holes.
I'm sure he'll find his pace as the round progresses. Right in the middle of the fairway, Hani Besoya with his second on the 4th. Let's see what he pulls out.
Couldn't be anything. Couldn't be more than 75, 80 yards with his distance max. So I'm looking at within 8 feet.
If not closer.
Yep. So Oh, now he was he'll be very disappointed with that.
It's like a semi-shank, isn't it? From that distance, especially for a player like Hani Bisoya.
I guess he must have been must have been indecisive with what shot he wants to hit there. This is par 3 fifth hole, which is about 190 yard par 3.
It's playing 181 yards today.
And the pins on the top right and the winds from the right. So it's going to be a tough hole to get really close on.
For somebody who moves the ball a little left to right, that flag on the fifth will be a little
it's going to be
approachable.
Yeah, left to right would be the preferred shot pattern on that flag. It's Sakif from the rough on number 7. It's pretty decent shot from there.
Trying to save his par on the fourth, Sudhir Sharma. Coming from just off the fairway on the right. Bit of a shaky start for Sudhir.
Yeah, I guess, a couple of good holes, steady the nerves.
Brilliant approach, as lauded by playing partner and fellow professional Gaurav Pratap Singh.
I think Gaurav and Sudhir both started their golf at the same golf course in Meerut.
They both started right under my eyes, literally.
Yes,
And
you must have been their role model going up as far as golf goes, right?
I have no idea. We'll have to ask them that.
Yeah,
but
you and Jyoti, I guess, were the people who pioneered golf in Meerut.
They definitely not just Gaurav Pratap and Sudhir, but also Amardeep Malik, and there used to be another friend of theirs. They were always a permanent four-ball called Kunal Balhara, who played some amateur golf and then left golf altogether and moved on to settle down in Australia. But these four, I remember seeing them on the golf course day in and day out. And here we have 3 of them playing on the professional tour today.
Yeah, I guess.
After that, not so impressive approach on the fourth. Long birdie attempt for Hani Bisoya, missing it on the left, leaving himself a foot and a half to save his par.
Yeah, won't be too disappointed with the putt, but yes, with the second shot, he would be wanting to hit it much closer. So, Gaurav, probably, I would give him, what percentage would you give him, whole percentage from here?
Anything over a 15-footer, looking at the greens that we are playing this week, bit of grain to cater for. I'd say he would stand a 25% chance out of 100 to hold that 15-footer for birdie on the fourth.
Yeah,
that's Gaurav Pratap we're talking about.
Yeah, I would give him about the same. Yes.
He's had a solid start, birding the first and narrowly missing 2 birdies back to back on the second and the third. He'd be hoping to convert this on the fourth. If he makes this, he moves up to.
I guess he missed it because he's sizing up the putt from the other side.
There's a bit of a lag in the telecast. Seems to have missed that birdie putt, Gaurav Pratap. Back to hole number 6. Kshitij Navid call with his second.
This is stroke index 1 for the members at Noida Golf Course. It's a 440 yard hole, dog leg left,
sets up a mandatory draw
Yes.
of the tee to save his par and to stay tied for the lead. Sudhir Sharma coming off a bogey on the third,
Oh, that's brilliant.
making no mistakes here.
Yeah, he just got out of jail, and I think that should, settle down his nerves a bit.
That would definitely, those 2 4-footers back to back on third and fourth should set the ball rolling for our tournament leader Sudhir Sharma. The left-hander Jairaj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh with his approach shot on the dogleg par 4 sixth.
So, generally, like golf courses that you grow up playing on kind of dictate the terms on what you kind of become good at. Like Delhi golf course encourages straight, accurate driving of the golf ball. Chandigarh encourages long ball.
Chandigarh
long-
also encourages fade, so
Yes.
you'll see most of the players coming out of Chandigarh would be very good fade players. G. Milkha Singh leading that pack.
Yeah, and also really solid ball strikers, because it's a ball strike golf course, and people from Chandigarh generally hit the ball solid and a long way.
Yeah, definitely. Players coming out of Calcutta, I've seen, are good ball strikers because they play on a longish golf course. They'll have their mid to long irons pretty much dialed in. There we have a view of Amit's balcony once again.
So hole number 6, it's the green is got less depth and more width, so it's getting the right yardage for your second shot is paramount here. You generally won't miss it left or right, because you're coming in with a short iron in or a wedge. So, but getting the distance correct, because you have the width is such that you only have one club in. So it's either going to be, you have to be really precise with your club choice.
I was talking to the greenskeeper this morning, and they're having a harrowing time with these, with spring coming in and these dried leaves falling all over the place, making it difficult for the players to spot the ball once it goes off the fairway and into the trees.
And surprisingly, people might not know this, but Noida golf course has out of the 100 acres of golf course, at least 50 acres of trees.
I'd say maybe a little more than that. Moving it left to right, not as much as he would like to. Asking the ball to settle down, Gaurav Pratap Singh on the 180-yard par 3 fifth.
Yeah, so, looking from his body language, he's missed it a bit right. And probably was a pin position that would be favoring him with his left to right ball flight.
The way the flag is put today and the wind blowing slightly off the right, the out of bounds barely 10 yards right of the flag will definitely encourage the players to move the ball left to right rather than going straight for the flag. Nothing more than a 7-9-4. Hani Bisoya staring it down, seems to like it.
Yeah, I'm presuming that he'll be okay with anything 15 feet left.
There's so much you can tell with the body language after the ball is taken off. Our overnight leader, Sudhir Sharma. So you can see there are 2 local lads in the final group, in the final pairing of the day.
Yes, and so he's actually quite regular out here.
Local knowledge pays, right?
You still have to hit the ball well and putt well.
Still, but you definitely have an advantage over the rest. You know all the places to go to and the ones that you don't have to go to.
He's trying to urge the ball to go a bit further, or maybe under clubbed it. Yeah.
The shake of the head, not very happy.
Yeah, I was talking to him on the putting green this morning, and he's just got a new set of irons, and there's Mizuno's, and they look really, really good.
I'm sure they behaved very well the first day, and so did his putter. Another winner on the PGTI tour, Abhijit Singh Chadda seems to be making his moves slowly but surely. Turning in on -2 over the front 9, moving into -4 and tied 9th. The long hitting young man from Chandigarh, tied along with Amardeep Malik, another local lad, turning the front 9 over -2 and 4 under for the day. Beg your pardon, 4 under for the tournament.
Yeah, I was talking to Amar a little early in the week. We had a small putting session with him, and I asked him why he likes this golf course so much. And he says, and he said, I respect the short holes. I don't force the issue out here, and which I feel is a good strategy on this golf course.
Yeah, we were just talking about it. Respect what the architect has put in front of you. There is a reason why that hole is the distance that it is.
So Shamim from the fairway bunker on number 6.
The little maestro from Delhi Golf Club. Making 2 birdies on 2nd and 4th. Moving into -6 at tied 4th, 2 under for the day, Shamim Khan.
Thangaraja from the center of the fairway. With spring, the leaves on the fairways quite distracting sometimes. It can just blow past you as you swing.
Just a while ago, we saw Kshitij Navid call trying to size up that putt on the 6th, and he seems to have held it. Moving in to tied 4th position with 2 birdies and a 6 under par total for the tournament.
So Sudhir had overclubbed it a bit. It's just over the back. Pretty straightforward chip.
You were right. He was asking the ball to settle down a bit. As you can see, that ball behind, the out of bounds is pretty close. Nothing to worry about for Hani Bisoya.
Yeah, that's a little bold with his effort.
Probably caught a bit of grass between the club and the ball. Couldn't control the spin. There you have your new leader, C. Muniappa from Bangalore, tied with Sudhir Sharma and Hani Bisoya with a fiery start, going 6 under. Sorry, I beg your pardon, going 4 under over the first 6 holes.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
I remember that win of his back in 2009 at DLF Golf Course, the Indian Open that he won, beating Lee Sung Man in a playoff.
Yes, yeah, I remember that one. You might not remember this, but in 1999, he was at the same Q school we went to. That was his first Q school.
Oh, that was my first Q school as
mine
well.
too.
But yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't recollect seeing Muniappa at Jaipur. That was right.
Yes,
back
in the middle of the summer.
That was the June of '99.
Yes.
Our man with the feel.
Yeah, soft hands. It always
Soft
helps
hands.
with chipping.
Without a doubt, Shamim Khan will have that tap in for a 4 to save his par and to stay at 6 under for the tournament, tied in 4th position. Without wasting any time,
And you can
playing
see
alongside with him, Ranjit Singh.
Singh backs his putter more than his wedges, and he's opted to putt from off the green. It's always difficult when you're putting off the green because the grass has 2 different speeds, so it's sometimes difficult to judge how much to hit because the fairway is much slower than the greens. And on the longer grass, the ball tends to bounce, and when it bounces, it comes up short.
Seems to be having a little trouble judging the distance on the greens, Ranjit Singh. Thangaraja would definitely want to cash in on that beautiful approach on the 6th hole.
Yeah, he's burnt a few edges already, so I hope he holds this one.
Doesn't waste any time, leaves the flag inside, picks up the ball and moves with a birdie on hole number 6.
So I guess Honey missed his par, and he's back to 6 under now with a bogey on number 5. Ranjit for par.
Just a hit off the right.
I would.
Half a ball out?
Yeah, yes, and you need to keep up the pace on this one.
Yeah, it depends on what strength you put on the ball, right?
Yeah. If he wants to hit it firm, it's just outside.
That one would give him a bit of a. You'd skipped a heartbeat there, didn't he?
Yeah, it was on his way out.
Taps it in for a 4, Shamim Khan on hole number 6.
He makes golf look so easy. Nothing extraordinary, but does all the small important things correct.
I think when Bob Rotella said golf is a simple game played by complicated people, he was definitely referring to Shamim Khan.
No, I think he would have said the other way around then. He looks like he's walking in the park.
I beg your pardon. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
I said it the other way around.
Yeah. You can see Sachin, he's got his swing has that draw dominant move in it, and sometimes the right pin for a draw is a big challenge because they actually have to aim outside the green. So, for a right to left player, a left pin is far more comfortable to the eye than a right pin.
And far more accessible, I'd say.
Yeah.
Waiting on tee number 7.
Yeah.
Is the group of Thangaraja, Shamim Khan, and the one sitting on the tee box is Ranjit Singh.
Yeah, found himself a nice shade. So we have, this is green number 9 now, and there's two huge slopes on this green, and it's, it's like there are 3 greens within 1 green here.
Another left-handed player in your screens with the purple t-shirt is Anshul Patel from Gujarat, who recently had a great run at Kalhar Blues and Greens
And
just a couple of weeks ago.
And that was Pawan Kumar hitting his putt. And this is green number 8 now, par 5. We are here with Munyappa.
With that dream start, he would be looking to convert this birdie on hole number 8 as well and steer clear by a shot over the pack of Honey and Sudhir behind him.
Kshitij on hole number 7. You can see that he's working on a little more club face rotation in his golf swing, in his backswing. Oh, yeah, like I said, this green, the pin at the back, you actually need to land it 6-8 yards short, and the ball funnels towards the hole from there. It's like almost all slopes lead to the same pin.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
So the group, this is the group walking up to the 7th green. Jairaj, Kshitij and Sachin. Yeah. Shamim using a fairway metal. It's a placement hole. You need to, it's a defense and attack kind of a hole, defensive off the tee, then attack on your second shot.
I don't think I've seen anything more than 5% of the players going with the driver on this one. Yeah. The key is definitely to hit it around 215 to 220 yards off the tee, get into the fattest part of the fairway, and go in with a wedge or max a 9-iron, depending on where the wind is blowing from.
Yeah, and even more than there's a mound on the left, which will, if you hit it a little longer, you will get into trouble. It stops the ball from going left. So.
And looking by the way the wind is blowing today, it just might be a little helpful with their seconds, right? With their second shots,
yeah.
being a slight bit downwind.
Yes, definitely. Not completely happy with his swing, but I guess he's still in the fairway. So our leading group has made their way to the 6th fairway. Gaurav in the center of the fairway. So this is the 7th has one of the very maybe I would say one pot bunker on the golf course. It's on the 7th, on the green side bunker, and Sachin has hit a remarkable shot from there. It's he would be really happy with his execution.
You can see the amount of leaves there. Spring is in. You can barely spot the ball.
Looks like he likes it.
Staring it down and appreciating the applause.
Like you can see here again, you can see the different shades of green. These are that's the grain changing. So sometimes you have multiple grains, so you need to really, your visualization has to be spot on. And this is honey from the first cut on the 6th.
I can barely see that ball.
Yeah. Yeah, good, because it's always good. It's always difficult to get the yardage right on that hole.
But I think both the players leaving themselves uphill putts definitely gives them a chance at a very possible birdie attempt. They say whenever in doubt, move off and come back on the ball again. That's exactly what Kshitij seems to have done here. Wants to be reassured of the line that he's intending to take. Needs legs on that one.
I remember reading this at Coimbatore Golf Course quite a few years ago. A bad decision is better than indecision in golf.
I'd have to agree with that.
Yeah.
Your subconscious will take over that bad decision and make it into a not so bad one. But indecision will leave you nowhere.
Yeah.
Chipping up on hole number 6. Sudhir Sharma tried to go for that. Leaves himself a 2.5 footer to save par. And to stay tight for the lead.
Yeah, good effort from there. He would have preferred it a bit shorter, I guess, because downhill putts are always more challenging.
Quite a good close bunch up. Just one shot behind C. Muniappa and Sudhir Sharma. There's Kshitij, Sachin, Shamim Khan, Hani Bisoya and Gaurav Pratap all bunched up at -6 for the tournament. Making it interesting hole after hole.
Okay, that was shorter actually. It was more not like 2.5 feet, more like 1 foot. So these tapped in for his par on number 6.
After that bogey on hole number 5, Hani Basoya would like to make amends and get back.
Looks like a
Makes no mistake of that.
That's a good bounce back.
2 bogeys and 2 birdies for the day. Hani Basoya seems to be back. Tied for the lead.
Where he started, right? At 7?
Which at the moment is a 3-way lead. At 7 under par. And he knew it was in. Acknowledging the clapping by the spectators.
Gaurav must have learned something from that one.
Definitely. I think this one moves about a ball and a half off the right, roughly around that.
No, maybe more like 6 inches, I would say. You see, the grain is so strong.
Didn't trust it, did he?
I guess wouldn't be so happy with the par after the second shot, but 6th is the index one. Shouldn't be too disappointed.
Blemish-free card for Gaurav Pratap Singh, although he'll be dejected with that, but still with that sole birdie, 1 under for the day and 6 under for the tournament. Little more legs and that would have been in.
Our penultimate group on number 7.
Shamim seems to have left it a bit short. I'm sure he was expecting it to roll down that slope in the middle of the 7th green, feeding close to the back and closer to the hole. Nevertheless,
Hole number 8, par 5.
that one almost got the cameraman. Sit down.
Yeah, it's a flag where you actually might want to just keep it short of it, because it's really close to the back edge, and there's a big, drain off area at the back. Makes chipping quite difficult from there.
But looking at the way the week started, it poured down the first day. I'm assuming the greens are much softer than what they would have been prior. That would have been close had it stopped. The slope takes it. You can see by the way the leaves are moving, the wind seems to be picking up a little bit.
A bit gusty also.
Especially going into the summers, the wind is not going to be consistent. It will get gusty. Tougher to read the wind. Seems to like it. His approach shot on the, beg your pardon, his tee shot on hole number 7, Hani Bisoya, back in the leader circle. Contemplating on what to do, Thangaraja has missed the 7th green to the right. With that flag tucked in 5 from the right, it won't be an easy one.
Seeing a lot of putts coming up short today. I guess the players are misjudging the speed of the greens.
The grass is growing, Amit, and it's growing fast. There you have, from a absolute ball lie, Thangaraja trying to save his 4 on the.
Yeah, that was not the prettiest of lies.
That was a tough one.
Short-sighted himself. Tough lie.
Too many things to.
Too many things stacked up against him, I guess.
Yep. sizing up his birdie and trying to read that slope is Gaurav Pratap Singh on hole number 7. I think he's hit it in the ideal position. There's no better place than where he is at the moment. Just a hint off the right, I'd say that one.
Yeah, and it's
a little confusing line.
And it's down grain also, so it's ball's going to have a little smoother roll to it.
After that missed birdie attempt on the last one, I'm sure he'd like to cash in on this one. That should catapult him in tying for the lead.
Yeah, I guess it just hit it through the break a bit.
Those birdies seem to be evading Gaurav at the moment, popularly known as Sunny amongst his friends.
GP as well.
The man with 3 names.
Yeah, found the side door. Gaurav tidying up.
He's got a bit of work cut out on this one. Although that looks very simple and straightforward, but has a bit of a line on it, doesn't it? There, it just sneaks in from the left edge.
Yeah, he was a little jittery on it. Oh.
All those leaves that are missing from here are down on the ground, making it tougher for the players to spot the golf ball.
You can see some new ones coming
We
out.
have some news here. C. Muniappa has bogeyed number 7, did not birdie number 8, and has birdied number 9. 5 birdies on his card with 1 blemish on hole number 7, making the turn at 4 under, and still finds himself tied for the lead at 7 under along with Shamim Khan and Sudhir Sharma.
The leaders have made their way to the 8th tee box. 8th being a par 5. It's a little bit of a dog leg to the left.
But you'd say another possible birdie hole.
Yeah, very very reachable. Tee shot is you hit it through a little bit of a shoot, so it's and there's a water hazard that needs to be carried at 265. Not a problem for the professional golfers, modern day players, because everybody's hitting it so far these days. This is Kshitij on number 8. This is drastically uphill. It's a really slow putt. Needs to make sure that he gives it enough steam. Yeah, that's pretty good effort, because it's really uphill and then it flattens out and then it gets a little fast after the hole, so shouldn't be too disappointed with that.
I'm sure he'll be a little disappointed leaving it short, although from that distance that's a good 2-putt.
So Jairaj, with his distance, I'm sure he could have reached this in 2. I'm not sure what he's putting for, but this moves right to left.
If he's there in 2 and attempting an eagle, I'd say that's one hell of a golf shot. Not very easy to hit it close, especially owing to the slopes on this green.
Yeah, good effort. got the speed correct. So Bermuda greens flower a lot in the spring, and so you can see there's a white tinge to the grass on top. That's the Bermuda flowering.
Yes, definitely the course looking very pretty, with flowers popping up on the trees and the fauna all around.
Good putt. Fist pump. Sachin is charged up.
Yes, definitely after the first two birdies in the first two holes, he's had a bit of a dry spell as far as birdies is concerned. Over the next five, he definitely would be pumped up, and
that's Aman Raj from the right rough on number 9.
Should be a 4-way lead on top, with Sachin joining in as the latest entrant.
So, like I said, like we spoke earlier, 9th has three levels to it. It's a very long green. The pin's in the middle level today, and basically this middle level has a backstop to it. So if you can overclub it by half a club, it'll come back towards the hole.
Shamim Khan with his approach on the 9th. I'm sorry, that was hole number 8, the par 5. So Shamim finds it a little tougher as compared to the others to get home in 2 given the present conditions. But I'm sure he'll always play to his strengths.
Yeah, he never let that bother him throughout his career. He's always played his own game and played to his strengths.
Oh, did we miss this one? Shamim has moved into tied for the first position, tied for the lead with a birdie on the 7th. Blemish-free card, 3 birdies, 2nd, 4th and 7th. 3 under for the day.
So I guess
walking up to the par 5, 8th with another possible birdie chance.
So I guess he holed the putt we were discussing on the ridge,
He holed a long one there.
Yeah. There was a lot of mileage on that putt.
Like you said, he makes it appear so easy.
Yeah, it's...
so it's a 5-way tie at the moment with Muniappa, Kshitij, Sachin, Shamim and Sudhir Sharma.
And he's hit it close here too. He's about 4 or 5 feet for birdie on 8 also.
Yeah. And
so we might see the lead.
Kshitij has also birdied the 8th just a short while ago.
Yeah, this is one place you don't want to miss it on number 8. It's especially with the way where the pin is. It's got a 8-foot drop to the back, and
yeah, I remember I was talking to Ranjit this morning, and he says he's very happy with tee to green, although he's having a little bit of problems with his chipping. He says over the years he would have been in a far better position had his chipping been a little better than what it is.
Everybody, all golfers have their strengths and weaknesses. They always need to, work harder on their weaknesses and to get their game in a better place. And you can see there's a lot of gardening going on here with all the leaves.
I wonder if he's going to take that route.
Yeah, yeah, it's going to be. He has two choices. He can, bump and run it up the slope, and then, or he can, flop it. Flop would be a higher risk from here because.
But it won't be easy to contemplate the roll from here as well. All in all, I think it's a tough shot.
Yeah, so he's gone with his Texas wedge now, and that's the putter. And he's going to, he need to. This is really uphill, really slow. He needs to hit it really hard.
I'm going to keep my fingers crossed on that one.
If he gets it within 10 feet, it'll be brilliant.
10 feet would be a lottery ticket. Seems to have hit it too hard now.
Yeah, and then,
there you go.
Now that's the downside of that choice, because there's a downslope right after the flag, so he'll go to the other side of the green.
Looks like he's teed off with the driver there.
Yeah, it was more like somewhere in the back of his mind he didn't want to leave it short.
That's exactly why I said it's very tough to judge the bump and roll that he was trying to do.
Yeah.
Somebody's found the water on
Number 10.
Number 10, and that's our joint leader C. Muniappa. Underclubbing on the par 3 that is playing 162 yards today.
But it's downwind, so getting the right club off the tee, because the tee box is.
So he's just walked to the back of the green. He's already played his second on the par 3 out of the water.
It's the tee box on number 10 has a building behind it, and it doesn't let the wind come through. So you're standing on the tee and you're not sure exactly how much of wind is there. So
making it all that more difficult to judge.
And it's playing downwind today, so it's got less depth, and getting the right club is tough.
Ranjit Singh, after that fiasco of a third shot, has his work cut out to save par on the par 5 8th. Won't be happy with this one.
He's used his putter quite a few times on this hole, right? So. But, that's area percentage, back pin on number 8 is one hole you don't want to miss it over.
Yeah, I think the best place would be, if at all you don't have the right club, would be short and left, leaving yourself the entire green open to make an up and down for a 4, right?
Yeah, and actually the pin's on the top left. You can actually hit a shorter club out to the right, because then you'll have a flatter putt on number 8. Because
but shorter club would also mean that you are flirting with the bunker.
Yeah, but it's better than going over the green.
I've never been able to win an argument over Amit, so I'll quietly, I'll be very submissive, and
I'm hoping Ranjit makes this the last putt for this hole. Anyway, so arguments with Diggy have always been very frivolous most of the time, right? So winning a frivolous argument is not the best thing on the planet.
Yeah, since you are a local here and this is your home club, I'll have to agree with your approach to the course.
Yeah. So this I think is to go to 8 under now, from
for outright lead, and for birdie number 4 in 8 holes. We have Shamim Khan, and I think I'll put my money on this one. I don't think he's missing this. There you go.
He used the whole hole.
There you go. So we have an outright leader in Shamim Khan after 8 holes of day 3. Change of guard on top.
You can see the speed is correct, and as a result, even if he didn't get the line spot on, the ball still found the hole.
It did fall in from the right a bit.
Yeah.
All is well that ends well, I'd say.
So now Sudhir sizing up his second shot, I think, on number 8.
Looks like he's got a fairway metal. He's just changed
He's
that
playing
club.
downwind, so they're all going to reach in 2.
I can't really judge the wind at the moment, but I think it's off the right a bit.
Oh, took a good hop over the bunker. So yeah, he should be happy with that.
I'm sure he is.
I'm sure he was between clubs because we could see him change clubs.
2 putt for a birdie never hurt anybody. Yeah, and it appeared as if he just didn't really go at it. He just swung through with whatever, probably an extra club on his approach on the 8th.
Yeah. It was, we saw him change clubs. He took a couple of practice swings with another club, and then, that's brilliant. It's he's curved it around the trees and found to the front, got it to the front of the green, honey. Good camera work also.
It's not very easy to catch the ball in the air. Brilliant job by our men on the ground. And now, after a brilliant tee shot, Gaurav Pratap Singh with a long iron on the par 5 8th. He'd be looking to find the middle of the green.
Yeah. And he's had a few near misses already, so not sure where that ball finished up.
By the looks of it,
no,
it rolls down that slope. He's perfectly placed for an outside chance of an eagle on hole number 8. I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
We have a decent gallery for the early part of the day today on number 8, and there was a lot of energy on the first tee itself also. Noida golf course is probably one of the golf courses which encourages professional golf a lot, because we have special rates for professionals to come and play here. Also supports junior golf in a big way. So it's so
happened both victories were here at Noida. Over releasing the putter. Okay.
So Honey's just found the front of the green. I think he's there in 2. It's a pretty straightforward chip. Professional golfers would prefer to roll this chip up rather than fly it, because it's always easier to get it closer when you're rolling up a chip. And also, so pretty much 3 people coming almost from the same direction. So Gaurav will have a really good idea of the speed of the green by the end of this. First Honey and then Sudhi telling him the speed. Looks something like a pitching wedge or a 9-iron.
I don't know. It looks like he might just pitch it on top. He's got his hands slightly behind the ball.
No,
you're right, Amit. He did roll it up.
Yeah, this is because this is a really slow green, and hitting a flighted chip, is...
Would have been slightly better looking at that result, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure he's very happy with his execution, actually. Like I said earlier, this is a really slow putt, and because the slope is quite drastic and he's putting into the grain.
The second lefty in the field, Anshul Patel. That looked like hole number 12 to me.
Yeah, that's hole number 12. It's a very well designed par 4.
One of those shorter holes on the course. Gives you all sorts of options off the tee. From a driver to a maybe a long iron.
Oh, that's brilliant. So
couldn't have been better than that.
That would really settle down his nerves.
With that tap in birdie, Sudhir Sharma should move in for tied lead back where he started the day, along with Shamim Khan.
So we have joint leaders at 8 under, Sudhir and Shamim. Gaurav must have got a really good read on the speed of the green. First Honey and then Sudhir. So hopefully he can get it up, get it in 2 or maybe hold it also.
I'd say brilliant speed control there by Sudhir. Looking at the distance that he was coming from. That was good over 50 feet, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, because, the first 2/3 was really slow and then it actually speeds up at the hole. Gaurav sizing up his putt.
I'm sure all the feedback that he needed, he got that from looking at Sudhir's putt just a short while ago.
Looks like it's a bit short though. Yeah, but no, not too bad. It's. I would be okay. Yeah, I would be happy with that on that. From that distance.
A tap and birdie never hurt anybody. Although that looks a little longer than a tap and birdie has still.
Yeah. Yeah, he won't be too disappointed with that.
I'm sure not.
And Honey has left himself more work than he would have wanted to. But has a good idea of how the ball's going to turn because, Sudhir was coming up his line. So as far as the line goes, has a little bit of a visual of what the ball's going to do. Yeah, especially around the hole.
Honey's left with this one to move one within the leaders. Marred by 2 bogeys on his card, hole number 3 and 5, both par 3s. Started with a bang on first with a birdie. He would be looking to convert this one.
Yeah.
Legs, and legs.
Yeah, he had the line though.
That's what we've been missing all day, isn't it?
Yeah, surprisingly, there are a lot of putts which have come up short today. I guess people are getting a little baffled by the speed of the green. It must be looking faster than it is,
Also, although as the day progresses, the greens are expected to bake up and get a little quicker. But since we are approaching into, since we've had these untimely rains, the grass is definitely picking up pace and growing up quicker.
Yeah.
So the greens could possibly be getting a little slower, wouldn't you say, as the day progresses?
Yes. The growth is much faster.
And that is exactly what has been foxing them. Great birdie by Gaurav Pratap.
Yeah.
Moves in with another birdie on the front nine with birdieing both the par 5s. Moves in to 7 under and 1 behind the leader Shamim Khan.
Saqib on number 11.
Looks like Saqib went with the big stick and has flown over that hazard that stretches across the breadth of the fairway. Flying that is quite a big hit, isn't it? Would you say?
Yeah, I would say about at least 280, 85.
I'd say a little more than that because it cuts across a slightly diagonal angle, 285, 290.
Yeah, but on the left side, it's a bit shorter than the
Okay,
right side.
okay.
So it goes across. So from where he was coming, I would say like 280, 285.
It makes you think, right? I mean, you don't want to be stuck behind the tree with a 3-iron off the tee.
It's a tough decision hole, I could say, because if you really want to avoid that tree, you need to lay it up further back and then mix a longer club coming in.
I think I'm going to go one day with a chopping axe and hack that tree from the bottom of it. I've gotten stuck behind it enough number of times, and I'm sure you'll come and bail me out of the local police station.
No, I won't. I don't know you then. Thangarajan on number 9 from the center of the fairway. Center pin, middle tier, I would say one of the easier pin positions on number 9. And now we have Ranjit. It's got the perfect angle to this flag. One swing which hasn't changed in decades. You can see that expecting the ball to roll down, but it hasn't.
Yeah, you're right, but I think he's just on that slope, right? So would not be a very tough read, would you say?
Yeah, not a tough read. Pretty easy
but
pace.
Definitely an avoidable position to be in. There you have the slow motion of Shamim Khan with his approach on hole number 9. Our joint leader after 8 holes on day number 3.
So he's on the green, but he's on the bottom tier. So he's got about 4 feet of slope to contend with. It's this is a green designed to hit the correct yardage, and if you're in the wrong tier, it gets 2-putt becomes a challenge. So I'm sorry, that's not Ranjit's ball. Ranjit seems to be on the same tier as Shamim. That's Thangaraja's ball. If this was green was a bit faster, and hadn't rained, this ball would have actually fed back to the hole. We have Muniappa here on hole number 11. It's a shortish par 4. Requires you to, if you're not the longest hitter, then if you're not one of the longer hitters, you need to lay it up off the tee and to a very shallow green and severely sloping from back to front and from left to right. So this is probably one of the faster putts on the golf course.
Going by where Muniappa had hit it on the 10th hole, I think the scores are not yet updated, and unless he's holed that 40-footer from behind the green, I'm assuming he would have dropped another stroke on hole number 10 and moved to 3 under for the day and 6 under for the tournament, giving up that 1 stroke margin between him and the leaders and widening the gap to 2, moving into tied 4th position, leaving Gaurav Pratap in sole 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, this is a challenge to get the speed right, because it's really slow up that hill and then it flattens out. And yeah, you can see it's not the worst effort, but probably not good by Shamim standards.
I think he's looking at holding everything.
Yeah, it looked like he didn't want to leave it short.
He's got 4 birdies on his first 8 holes on the card already.
So Thangaraja is asking for a ruling regarding something which has happened to his ball on the putting green. Not sure what it is. It looks like every time he's placing the ball's moving forward.
I remember once, Amit, I'm sure you remember as well, your namesake Amit Luthra.
Yes, I remember it.
Used the rules to his advantage back at the 98 Asian Games in Bangkok that we played.
Yes.
I remember it was hole number 10 and his ball had caught some mud and he chipped it up to 6 feet past the hole and the flag was put on a slope. So he went and instead of finishing it, tapping the ball in, he just went and marked the ball,
Yes.
cleaned it, and the moment he placed it down, the ball would roll in the hole. And he placed it there twice and quickly removed the putter, and the ball actually ended up in the hole, giving us a birdie on the card and moving the team position 1 stroke closer to a medal, I remember.
Yeah, but you know the rule has since changed. So now if the ball doesn't come to rest where you had marked it, then you need to place it as close as possible to that point where it does come to rest. Otherwise, if it still doesn't come to rest, then it's considered hold out with a 1 shot penalty.
The rules of golf have evolved over the years. Every 4 years you have...
you can see how I was talking to you to Digvijay earlier, and I was wondering how on earth had that ball stopped on that slope, because it's really drastic. So you know, normally the ball feeds back down towards the hole from there. So Shamim is sizing up his 5-footer. The grain's right to left, and the slope's a bit left to right.
Shamim to hang on to that lead and tied position with Sudhir. No mistakes at all.
No mistakes with putting and Shamim.
Absolutely synonymous in the front 9, isn't it?
Now Thangaraja with his got a pretty good idea of what the ball's going to do with from Shamim's putt.
There, the flag is in and it's tilting towards him. I'm skipping a beat sitting here in the studios. Sneaks in off the left.
You know, one of the best players in the world also does it these days, and I was wondering how on earth does he, manage to not hit the flag and miss the putt. Matthew Fitzpatrick. Yeah, he won the US Open last year.
Our order of merit winner from last year is making his slow moves in the Brack 9 with back-to-back birdies on 14 and 15. Manu Gandas has catapulted himself from 1 under, sorry, I beg your pardon, from 2 under overnight to 5 under in round 3, 3 under for the day, in tied 8th position. I was talking to him yesterday, and he's looking at going to play a couple of tournaments in Japan. He's first reserve and might get in next week.
This flag on the on number 10 is on a really small shelf on the middle left of the green, and it's basically all almost left and short is water, and it's downwind, so it's finding this, hitting it close on number 10 will be a task today.
So it looks like the tournament director has dangled a carrot, and now it depends upon you whether you fall for it or you don't.
This is a sucker pin, you don't want to shoot at this pin. This is the one you play safe on.
Back to number 9, Sachin Bisoya.
Yeah, put a good roll on it.
I beg your pardon, that was number 10. Failing at that birdie attempt. Tap that in for a par. Sachin Bisoya. Back to number 9, Gaurav Pratap Singh with his approach. I think he's got a good angle on this one.
Yeah, the center pin, he can actually he has the leverage of hitting it a little past the flag and letting the slope bring it back. So, just sometimes it's difficult to stop the ball from the first cut. So, but that flag is very accessible. Jairaj on number 10. So that's a putting grip known as the claw, and used widely by players these days on various tours.
I don't know, I've always liked the conventional grip on the putter as displayed by 2 best players in the world ever, Nicklaus and Tiger Woods, or Ben Crenshaw for that matter.
Yeah, orthodox looks more elegant, I would say. Yes, but sometimes when
far more elegant.
Sometimes when you're struggling and you try to find ways of getting it done.
Yeah, I remember Chris DiMarco when he lost that U.S. Masters to Tiger. He had that claw grip as well, right? Yeah. And speaking of which, today being Thursday, it's the first day at the Masters today.
Yes, it is.
I just read somebody's quote on Instagram yesterday, which said, if Tiger is playing at the Masters this year, you could pretty much tee off naked. Nobody's going to notice you. That's the kind of galleries Tiger is going to attract over the next 4 days at Augusta.
That was a good attempt at par by Kshitij. Like you'd seen earlier, he had overshot the green, then he had hit his chip a bit heavy-handed, and wouldn't be very pleased with his. It's a shortish hole. It's 160 yard. Not the most daunting of, but the pin today is where it makes you think.
Kshitij will definitely be disappointed with those 2 bogeys back to back on 9 and 10, making 3 birdies and 2 bogeys, 1 under for the day. Find himself suddenly out of the mix of tied 5th and moving on to tied 8th.
So our leading group has made their way to the 9th green now, and Sudhir is sizing up his putt from the right side of the green. This green on number 9 is probably, it's if you're on the wrong side, it's quite challenging to get it close. But he's on the right tier, and so this should not be that difficult to get the speed correct. He had this. He had the line, so you could see from his body language that he was looking at it. And anyway, I think Sudhir is I think he's finding his nerves again, and last few holes have been more consistent with his greens and regulations and fairways hit.
Definitely that birdie on the 8th hole has put the confidence back in him.
Yeah.
Ran through a dry spell in the first 7 holes.
Yeah. It looks calmer also. It looked a little edgy after number 4,
That's the beauty of this game. Couple of good holes and you're back into it.
Sometimes all it takes is one hole, one putt.
I remember in fact, both you and I went to the same coach. He says, all it takes is all you've got. So pretty much that, right?
And this golf course actually demands a lot of patience because, you feel some holes you can overpower, and actually you need to just be patient about things, and the ball starts rolling somehow in your favor. Oh, that was a narrow miss.
The other name for the game could have definitely been patience, right?
Absolutely. I would say mental discipline and patience both are really imperative in this game.
Golf is pretty much closest thing to life, right?
Yeah, it's like a microcosm of life. It gives you up and down. On a whole, actually, forget about a whole round.
Yeah, I mean, you can have all kinds of emotions running from on a whole 150-yard hole.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
From being ecstatic to being absolutely devastated.
Yeah.
We just saw Muniappa after that 4-under front nine finding himself wet on hole number 10. So I'm sure a few of those emotions ran through his mind as well.
We're not sure of how he came out of that hole. We got but Muniappa has shown a lot of resilience over his career, and I'm sure he's going to come on top of this one also. And so our leaders have finished number 9, and they're heading to number 10. So Noida Golf Course design-wise has a 1-9. Playing at 90 degrees to the other 9. So now the winds are going to be completely different. So it might be just playing. So if 1-9 is playing cross, the other one is playing up and down. We have Muniappa here on number 12.
I'm not quite sure if that is for a 3 or a 4.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. I'm sure he thought he had it.
But it should have broken off the left a bit, right?
Yes.
So he did have the line right.
Yeah, I think he had the line, but in golf is a funny game.
Yeah.
Sometimes you hit a bad putt and you get it in because you took the wrong line, and sometimes you hit a good putt.
Maybe a tad
and
bit
you don't get it.
stronger that possibly could have found the hole. I don't know.
That's Ranjit from behind the green on number 10. This is one pin you need to actually aim 15-20 feet right of the flag. You can actually then take a shorter club because carrying the water is shorter from the center of the green, and then just putt up. Like Hogan used to say, hit to this. If you're between clubs, hit in the center and then putt to the corners. So. Diggy and I, we've had a lot of Sri Lankan amateur experiences, and we have a lot of Sri Lankan professional golfers who've been known for a decade or two. They all have this they all have immaculate short games.
Yeah, especially to, I mean, I'll be failing in my duties if I don't mention Mithun Pereira. Back in the day when I used to go and play that yearly event, the Sri Lankan Amateur in Colombo, I always took off time and made sure I got a couple of lessons of his father.
Nandasena,
Nandasena Pereira
he was
was
fantastic, man.
He was a wizard.
Yeah, he was a wizard. Like I've never seen anybody so accurate with his wedge. So I think he won the New Zealand Open from what I remember.
I do recollect him playing alongside Greg Norman in a tournament, and so the commentator after the round asked Nandasena Pereira, so how did he feel playing next to the best player in the world? And Nandasena, the cool, calm, collected man that he is, says, well, I shot 65 and Greg Norman did not.
Yes.
So,
unfortunate, he had a very early run with arthritis and he couldn't, didn't have a career as long as he should have.
I always found him, with two golf balls in his hand and a lob wedge in the other. And he would just be walking around the course and just wherever he found a chance or an opportunity, he would put those golf balls down and start chipping.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it has seeped into Mithun Pereira as well.
Yeah, he's got a fantastic short game also.
Absolute wizard.
So does Rohana actually. Soft hands, really good touch.
I just got a text from a friend of mine, Rahil Ganji, who found one of my comments a little funny just a while ago. I'm not going to repeat that. One of the better players to come out of this country, Rahil Ganji, is nursing, he's going through a rehab for his foot.
He had a little peek at it, so I guess, so generally when a golfer peeks at a putt, he generally leaves the club face open and he will, that affects the direction, starting line of the putt. So you could see Thangaraja was maybe not sure of his line, had a little bit of peak, missed it on the lower side. So from what I've seen, number 10 seems to be the shortest and the toughest hole today.
Looking at the flag, the way it is, I think it does, it's pretty much that dangling of the carrot kind of a situation. And since it's playing 162 yards and playing slightly downhill, I'm sure everybody is trying to go with a 9-iron and don't want to hit it past the flag too much, or control or baby down on an 8.
Yeah.
So I think that's where all these mistakes and bogeys are
and the
from.
easiest putt on that golf course is on that hole. Is when you're
anywhere off the right.
Anywhere off the right, we haven't seen a single player come from that side so far.
Laying up on hole number 11, that is Kshitij. I'm presuming he's gone with a 4-iron off the tee. Just a short while ago, we saw Saqib, who had flown that water hazard off the left. All sorts of opportunities hole number 11 presents.
11 is a tough decision hole. You want to know, you're standing on the tee and you made a decision and you're still second guessing yourself.
I think the answer is a hacksaw in the middle of the night and chop this tree down.
Yeah, they could prune it a bit. At least you can work the ball around it, because it's when you have to actually hit it over the tree, you need to lay it up really far back, and then you have it's almost like a 4-iron, 5-iron.
There's actually a mound about 20 yards short of that tree, cutting across diagonally.
Yeah. If
you happen to find yourself on the downslope of that, you're pretty much hitting a low stinger below the tree, which is, according to me, it's not justified to have that.
And it has 3 pot bunkers in front, so it's a hole where
it's a bit of a hit and hope, right, with your second, if you're stuck anywhere behind that tree.
I guess if you make 4, you should be happy.
4 fours.
I would take 4 fours in every tournament.
Yeah. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed on what they're planning to do with redesigning of the course, and it'll be very interesting to see what kind of a plan they come up with for hole number 11.
No, I think it's they're going to do in the first 9 first.
I mean, whichever 9, they'll eventually do the back 9 as well. So there we have the leader group coming in on hole number 10, the short par 3, which has
like
been a nemesis for a few so far.
We don't see any balls on the green on this group either. So it's sometimes people think it's like the 17th hole at TPC at Sawgrass. It's a wedge, but it's a challenging hole. So you don't need to have it very long to make it challenging. It could be just a very strategically designed hole and makes you think that much more.
See, that's exactly where the architect comes in, right?
Yeah.
And respect him.
So the back part of the 12th green, which you see here, you can see that the front part has the grain growing towards the tee box and the back part has it growing away. And if you pitch it on the back part of this green,
it's going to take one
it's
big
going to
bounce.
take a hard bounce, yes. Yeah. So you need to be aware of that playing number 12.
In your frames is Karan Pratap Singh, who's just coming off an injury from last year. He had to undergo grade 3 tear in his meniscus. He could not play the second half of the season. Had to go through rehab and get physically fit before he came out on the tour again. Jairaj would be a little disappointed with that.
Yeah, I don't think he would give himself more than 4 or 5 for that. So it's actually he's chipping it straight uphill into the grain. He could have been much more aggressive with it.
Pretty much like hole number 6, the green on the 11th is also designed in a way that it's not more than 19 yards deep, but it is almost 44 yards, 45 yards across. Yeah. So you got to be very precise with the
club selection,
with your club selection and your shot making. Chipping it up on that's where Kshitij had landed. We saw him swing just a while ago.
Yeah, and if you want a 5-footer on 11, probably Kshitij has the right putt.
I think he has a.
Yeah, it's uphill right to left.
I'd say as compared a slightly easier line.
Yes.
Coming from any other angle.
And like they say, whenever in doubt, take out a putter and guess. And Sachin plays at Delhi Golf Club, and after that new design of Gary Players, and it's got so many mounds on the side, like swales on the side of the green. People in Delhi Golf Club have really learned how to use their putter well off the green.
Yeah, it seeps into your game.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on the track that you're playing on day in and day out.
Yeah.
For that matter, players who are regulars on the DLF golf course, like Veer Alawat and Manu Gandas, they are very good with their long and their mid lines.
Yeah.
That's what you normally get on that golf course, which is slightly longer than the other courses in the NCR.
It's a brilliant design, though. It looks so good on TV. Yeah.
It's definitely one of the most picturesque golf courses.
Yeah, it looks so good on TV.
Nice and sunny, day number 3 here at Noida.
So this is left to right. I would give it about a ball outside.
This is the 3rd day in progress of the Delhi NCR Open 23 in its 5th edition. Jairaj Singh Sandhu trying to save that par on hole number 11, just coming up a little short.
Yeah, that was spot on.
No mistakes there.
So on a strokes gained, he would have lost maybe half a shot on the chip, but he would have gained almost a third of a shot on the putt. So strokes gained you'll see it on TV when on the PGA Tour, and it's a way of assessing a golf shot in comparison to the best players in the world. Kshitij resembles Bryson a lot with the way he sets up on his putts. Very straight armed, locks everything in, just rocks the shoulder. Solid putt.
He's got a very peculiar style of walking as well. From a mile away, you could spot Kshitij on the course.
So, position A1 as far as layup goes for Ranjit Singh. He's got no tree in front of him also.
Yeah, definitely. There's no tree in front of him, but he's anywhere within the range of 200 yards from where he is. 20 feet from the hole is
Yeah, it would be a good shot.
would be a very good approach.
I'll lead a group on number 10. Gaurav surveying his putt. Yes. Yeah, got it started on line. Maybe a bit left though. Yeah. Not the worst place to be. Oh. He must have thought he had that. He looked really eager once he hit that putt. So I'm assuming this is for par because after they hit the tee shots, we didn't see any of the balls on the green.
I'll have to agree with you on that one. We didn't spot any of the golf balls. And I don't think it's very easy to get to where this ball is at the moment.
He made a few good short putts today, so I would back him to hold this one.
To stay tight for the lead. The putter that was rather hot on the day number one seems to be evading Sudhir a bit. Would you say that?
I don't think he's disappointed with. I think he just misread it because it looked like he made a good stroke on it. Even though this is a really short putt, but this has a bit of line on it, it's gonna curve a bit from right to left. So, Honey giving it all the attention it needs.
Just a hint outside the right now, or pretty much just about right center.
It's not a putt you can just walk up and hit, So yeah.
So we were just talking about it a short while ago. Munyappa has found some trouble on the turn. He's bogeyed the 10th
On
and
the
then
range,
went on to make a 6, a double bogey on hole number.
7-year veteran on the PGTI, national champion 2014, right?
Yeah.
And also a couple of top 10s from what I know on the PGTI. So we have Shamim Khan on number 11, sizing up his putt. This is a good part of 4 feet, left to right, uphill.
The sole leader. There comes the blemish.
I've never seen so many lip outs like I've seen today, because I guess these guys are just getting a little baffled by, how much of line and what speed to hit the putts at.
Well, you hole a few and you miss a few.
Yeah, it all adds up at the end. Equals out, sorry.
I'm sure Ranjit Singh knows what to do with this one after Shamim Khan has walked off on pretty much a similar line.
I'm sure he's glad he has a shorter one though.
And change of guard up there with that bogey. Sudhir Sharma drops down to second position and at 7 under par. Shamim
will also drop, I guess.
will also drop again.
I guess that was a par putt.
Yeah, the scores are not yet updated.
Yeah, updated.
Here.
So I think we have a 3-way tie on top with Gaurav, Sudhir and Shamim at 7 under.
Is it at is Gaurav there as well? Because I don't see Gaurav there as yet. I think it's still between the two of them, Shamim and Sudhir Sharma.
Okay.
Back to Karan Pratap Singh, the young man that we just spoke about, coming out of a rehab. Immensely talented, goes about his work very diligently, keeps to himself, hardworking.
I guess this game, there is no other way than hard work, and lots of self-belief.
1 week can change your life around. 1 good week.
Absolutely, and if it's, there was a discussion among some specialists that I, recently heard. If you have a good week at the right time, it could really change your life around. And if it's probably not as good a time, then it has a different effect, So every golfer is hoping to have this good week at a tournament or preferably on a really big tournament, so it changes his career. We have Jairaj here. I think this is probably his 3rd shot on number 12. Oh, that's really well judged.
Isn't that? Brilliant work by young man from Chandigarh, Jairaj Sandhu. That would be a 5-footer to save par on hole number 12.
Yeah, because as you can see, he was pitching into the grain, and then the latter half of his pitch was with the grain. So he had to make sure he had put the right flight with the right amount of spin on it, so it doesn't check up too much, and has enough steam on it to get up the slope and take the grain which is towards the hole. We have Kshitij here at the back of the 12. So this is, you can see he's going to go from a right. Oh no, that was Sachin from the front.
I think Kshitij has pretty much a straightforward chip, marginally moving off the right?
Yes, probably, yes.
Just a hint of it.
Yeah, and he's elected to use his putter. Sachin would be disappointed with that effort of his. I'm sure he was expecting himself to hit it much closer than that.
This is pretty much what the plumb method used to be, right? You know, putting a finger up there and trying to judge the break.
Oh,
Would you say that?
Not exactly, but you actually use your feet more than you use the putter, you know, to judge the slope. So you grade the slope with your feet. Trying to visualize where he wants it to start, speed he wants to hit it at.
See, I was just telling you about that round grip that he plays with. Needs to go.
Yeah, he just got a little bit of grass between his club and his ball, you know. So because he was coming from the first cut.
I think everybody's struggling with the speed a bit. Not just a couple of guys. Literally everybody I've seen so far has been either they are a little short or they are a little too far by.
Yeah, you know the difference in the condition as far as the humidity in the air from yesterday and today is quite a lot. Today is so much more, you know, a little more moist, a little more cooler, you know. So it does affect the growth of grass and also, you know, how the ball behaves. And the ball generally in more humid conditions would swing more.
I think we are lucky with the weather today. Is threatening to come down in the morning. You know, when I looked out of the window, it was completely overcast and dark grey in color.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily it started blowing and shooed the trouble away for the players.
You thought it was going to come from the left. It looked like it also, actually.
If my memory serves me right, I think it is supposed to come from the left.
Yes, it does. It generally does from there. So we've got some people it's bunching up, but the leaders are kind of backtracking and getting more people into the fray. So it's going to be really exciting.
What would you peg the 4-round score at? Since it's only going to be 63 holes of play, what do you think is going to walk away with the trophy? What score?
You know, if the weather remains the way it is, I would say 10 under would win.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I think it'll barely creep into double figures.
Yeah.
Nothing more than that. Although they have a couple of the final group has a couple of par fives and short par fours coming up to convert into birdies and get those red numbers deeper. But I'd have to agree on that 10, 11 under par.
Yeah, there's a good mix of holes that they have left. You know, some tight ones, some easy ones.
I mean, over the next few 13, 14, 15, 17 and 18 do present birdie opportunities. Only depends on again the speed of the greens, how they are read, and their approach shots. Right?
Yeah, I would say like 10, 11, 12 at Noida Golf Course would be like the aim corner of Noida Golf Course, like this. So you go past 10, 11, 12 in even par, you have made up maybe a shot and a half to the field. Most likely, at least a shot.
A shot for sure.
Yeah,
yes,
at least
yes,
a shot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gaurav Pratap playing in the last and final pairing of the day, hole number 11, and makes that long birdie.
So
on 11, I think that's one of the very few birdies I'd say on.
We haven't seen one for a long time. So
yes.
yeah, Gaurav, you know, that should be.
They had everything.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got a different perspective on things now. This is something that you want to see happen, playing in the last group of a tournament on either the third or fourth day, because this is momentum as far as a professional golfer is concerned.
With that birdie, I think Gaurav should move into the leaders group.
Hopefully.
He made that bogey on that sole bogey on hole number 10 though. By the way, the man with the hat holed out on hole number 10, so we have a hole in one recorded. Yes.
Wow. And we were saying that we haven't seen any ball come close, right? So I think I guess we could retract that statement.
One of the tougher par threes, not by distance but purely by design. And placement of that flag.
He reminds me of Shingo Katayama. Remember Shingo?
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
We used to call him the cat with the hat, right?
Cat with the hat.
Yeah.
So I think Aman Raj goes by the name Hat Man, or Fear the Hat rather.
And we've played golf with his father actually, if you remember, Shashi Raj.
You must have, Amit, since you have 15 years old.
1991 Amritsar.
Yes, I remember. I was a toddler then, but yeah, I played.
So, Shingo Katayama was a very unique golfer. He used to warm up left-handed and play right-handed.
The only player, I think, he had a left-handed 5-wood in his bag, which he used to warm up with. Hani Besoya coming in close and
lacked a bit of
so
steam,
close.
I guess. He didn't hit it hard enough.
There you have Gaurav Pratap and Sudhir giving company to Shamim Khan in a 3-way tie on top at 7 under par, making things interesting.
A little heavy-handed, the latter half of his chip was actually downgrained, so you saw that the ball released a bit more than what he expected.
We have 7 players within 3 shots of the lead. This entire bunch is going to make things very interesting going into the final round tomorrow.
Actually, the next 4 or 5 holes, with the birdie opportunities available, I think should be setting the stage for a really exciting final round. These subtle slopes of Noida golf course, I guess, are foxing the professional golfers. You could see that ball looked like it was tracking, and then at the end it just tapered off to the left.
Like I said, it's not consistent the way it is going to go. The grain is pretty much off the slopes wherever it goes. So the best test would be to look at where the water is running off the greens from.
I guess you see 2 of the 3 on top are local players. They generally play here, and they have that added I would say experience of playing here with reading the lines.
So amongst the top 10 players, there's only one birdie that has been recorded on hole number 11, and that came from Gaurav Pratap Singh a very short while ago. Also, Kapil Kumar seems to have birdied the 11th. So just 2 birdies in the top 20 players. 3 birdies in the top 20 players so far. Clearly goes to show that the 11th is not a walkover. The scores have not yet been updated here. Gaurav Pratap, after that birdie on number 11, has moved to be amongst the trio of the leaders at 7 under par. Thangaraja.
This will stay pretty straight.
I think he heard you.
Because Kshitij had just hit this putt, and
Tanga's got sharp ears. He can hear what you said sitting 500 yards away.
Oh, that's not allowed, no? Outside assistance.
Yeah, but he's not going to shut his ears.
So, yeah, a good read, good speed. That should build his confidence a bit. He's got a good, very easy scoring opportunities coming up in the next 6 holes. So, if you hold a putt and then you get some nice opportunities coming up, you kind of start backing yourself on making a few more birdies.
Another local lad, Amardeep Malik, on the par 5 17th. I think the 70s is also playing slightly helping wind off the right, making it that much easier to get in closer on the par 5.
Yeah, it'll play more like a 4.7 today, for the professionals.
You and your numbers, Amit.
I guess it's easier to give a number to things than say it's easier and difficult, and 4.7 would be a good, my close guess to what the scoring average on that hole would be today.
Selecting to go with the putter from just off the green, Amardeep.
Not sure if bugs.
Yeah, I think those ladybirds, especially during spring season, you have them all flying around. 1 under for the day, Amardeep Malik. 3 under for the tournament. Would definitely be looking at converting this into a birdie.
Yeah, he's a solid putter. So
I think that's a brilliant attempt. Looking at where that flag is.
Probably the toughest putt he could get on number 17.
He had pretty much about 65, 70 feet to get to that hole. Since it is 22 yards inside and 6 off the right. Yeah. Very well judged, Mr. Malik.
So Sudhir in the center of the fairway on number 12. We have Gaurav's father in the gallery in the green T-shirt. Very, very ardent golfer himself.
Ardent golfer, used to be a state level hockey player back in the day. The gentleman in the green shirt and the white cap, a retired colonel from the army.
Yep.
I happened to play a lot of golf with him, and Gaurav, I remember, used to accompany him to the course as a youngster. That
was a really good effort. Just got a little bit off with the pace, but all in all, good effort. I love the angles on Sudhir's golf swing. It's really up and down, straight up, straight down. Nothing, no unnecessary movements in that golf swing of his. Maybe half a club short, I would say, with his club selection.
Just came up a little short. I'm sure that's not what he was expecting. Sudhir making sure he keeps the liquids up in his body and making sure doesn't get dehydrated.
Yeah, hydration is such an important thing for sportsmen. It's so neglected by club golfers. They feel that they should only drink water when they're very thirsty, but that's not actually true. You need regular hydration.
Also, I've noticed when you're in the when you're in the mix of things, you tend to forget to keep yourself hydrated. So yeah. I think that's a really good tip, Amit, that people should, whoever it is, the players should just keep drinking. it'll be great if you can have some kind of an energy drink going to keep the salts up.
Yeah.
But if you don't do that, make sure you drink some, at least a little bit of water every couple of holes.
Yeah, and actually the physical, physiological impact of not drinking water actually affects your heart rate. And that heart rate, when it gets up, you actually lose control over motor skills. So if you really want to know how hydration will impact you directly, this is how it does.
I thought your days of your heart missing a beat are behind you now, but I'll go with what you're saying.
So Gaurav using his measuring device to get the right yardage. This is Kshitij on number 13. He's just left of the green.
Definitely not where he wanted to see that ball end up. Gaurav Pratap tied for the lead at the moment on hole number 12.
He wants to pitch this ball in the center of the green and let the grain release it towards the. Not sure where he hit that one.
I was talking to him just this morning, and he says I like to fade the ball from tee to green, and I would not draw it unless that is the only shot that is required in a particular situation. And I think that's exactly what he did just now, missing the ball on the left. He probably over-borrowed it or over-corrected, so to say.
Short-sighted himself for sure. That's not where you want to miss that ball on this green.
I'm not quite sure where that ball is finished, but yeah, by the looks of it, it looked like it went a little left of the green.
Yeah, you could see the toe come in a bit, or the club face.
Kshitij looking at the trees and wondering which way was the wind blowing when he hit his second. Came up about 10 yards short of the green and pitched up a little too hard and went by the hole.
Yeah.
I've seen quite a few players not really judging their distance or around the greens. Is that because the grass is a little too thick and the club is getting caught up, or
maybe not? I'm not sure if he had the best of lies also, because it looked a little like it was a little stabby, like he wanted to,
possibly
make sure he made good contact with the ball for some reason. It could have been a bad lie also.
he'd be looking to hole out and save that 4.
Yeah,
Kshitij
pretty straightforward.
breaks a fraction off the right on that bottom right flag on number 13.
Yeah, it's probably the toughest flag on 13 also, because you have very little room to stop that ball out there. And everything feeds off to the right. So, yeah.
See, like we were just talking about it, he overcooked it and he's found himself, although in a shady spot, but definitely not the one he was looking for.
Yeah, so, this is, I would say, more of a tactical error on his part.
Even Gaurav has a good feel around, good touch around the greens.
Yeah.
I've seen him making up and downs from near impossible positions earlier. I won't put this aside, and I won't be surprised if
he and you both.
Well, I don't know about me, but yeah, I think I won't.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good. Yeah.
Keep rolling.
Yeah, it's pretty good from there.
Not a bad place to
yeah,
be.
He's giving himself a good outside chance for par. Spoke to him, I saw a different caddy on his back this week. I said, what happened? What happened? Where's your other caddy? He says, I'm, he's a guy who makes me practice, so he's going to make me play. So I'm not going to, he's put in the hard work with me, so I'll let him reap the rewards. It's a good gesture on his part.
Yeah, I'd second that. For a very long birdie attempt, Sudhir Sharma on hole number 12.
He's reading it.
I'm very surprised at the judgment as far as speed is concerned on the greens, especially in the last 4 or 5 groups.
I guess you could say a little bit of nerves, but he's read the line correctly for the last half dozen holes. So just came a bit out of that putt. Might not have made absolute solid contact with it. This would be a really good momentum saver if he can hold this one.
I think this will definitely be an energy boost for him if he
absolutely
if he holds this. I think that stride of his will tell you the story the moment
he's got out of jail if he holds this.
Oh, well, he did give it a try.
Yeah,
full marks on that.
You got the speed correct. You can see the frustration on his face, disappointed with his with the outcome.
Doesn't matter, lad. Pick yourself up and move on. That's what this game is all about, isn't it?
Absolutely.
One of the fittest golfers on the domestic tour here. You have Viraj Madappa, who won the Take Masters, the inaugural Take Masters at his home course KGA. Hole number 17, out of the bunker. Won't be happy with that one.
Yeah, just a bit short. If he had just flown it about a yard or two more, it would have fed the other way. Penultimate group on number 13. Sudhir for par. So I guess that's we have a little bit of a change in the leaderboard with Gaurav making bogey there. Amar playing number 18.
Still a two-way tie with Shamim and Sudhir poised at 7 under through the first 12 holes of the third round. Even this is a good flag position.
Yeah, really nice pin positions today, challenging ones. And the wind's off the left, so it's one that you need to commit completely to if you want to take it on.
Yeah, it's actually set up for a draw player, I'd say.
Yeah.
playing alongside Abhijit Chadda.
Thangaraja sizing up his chip. This is a tight chip, so he's got a bit of a slope to contend with, and then the moment he hits the green, moves away from him. So it's got to be dropped precisely where he decided. Otherwise, it could end up like you see, it can end up 10 feet past.
It wasn't an easy one, absolutely.
Yeah.
For viewers who have just joined us, we are halfway through the third round of the Delhi NCR Open 23 in its 5th edition. And there's a slim lead held by Shamim Khan and Sudhir Sharma at 7 under at the moment over Gaurav Pratap Singh and Hani Basoya, who are clicking close on the heels at 6 under par.
So Shamim Khan is licking his chops here. This is where he is best. This part of his game is always been his strength.
You might have said that a little too soon.
Yeah, I guess I did, because that's not what we expect from Shamim. So this group making a bit of a hash of this hole.
What would they not give to play it again?
Yeah, this is it's not the toughest hole, but it's I guess the Thangaraja missed it in the wrong place. Shamim misjudged how much that ball would release.
Yeah, I mean that flag, bottom right, anywhere left of that flag you're fine. It's the fattest part of the green left of the hole.
Anywhere on the right would have been,
Then you're taking your chances, you're struggling for a 4.
Yeah, so, 13 is a hole where you generally want to make par every time, and if you make an occasional birdie, it's...
that's a bonus.
That's a bonus.
Also, Amit, make sure you have your eyes set on Harinder Gupta, who's very quietly, very consistently moving up the leaderboard slowly. He's 2 under for the day and 5 total, although he's 2 shots behind with 3 bogeys and three birdies, I beg your pardon, and a bogey on hole number 9. Very consistent player. He's got more than just a couple wins under his belt. And also alongside him is Karan Pratap Singh, also moving up the leaderboard at 2 for the day and 5 under total.
That's M. Dharma from Bangalore. Choosing to putt. It's, I guess, you saw the ball bounce. His ball was off the green. So generally, sometimes when you hit a putter from off the green, and you might see it bounce. And once it bounces, it generally comes up short.
Just going back to what you said a very short while ago, you said making a hash of things. I hope you're not smoking any hash, Amit. It's still illegal in India, unless you go go to the United States, where it's all legal.
I don't even know what it smells like. Forget about smoking it.
Try and stay away from that.
Yeah.
One.
So yeah, Amar has a realistic chance at birdie, and from.
Amardeep Malik is at I think 2 under for the day after he would have tapped in for that birdie on hole number 17 to move up to 4 under, and that possible birdie attempt on the last will make him catapult on to.
He's really in the thick of things now, because that will get him right in the middle of the pack.
And his breakthrough victory also came on this golf course a while ago, I remember.
Both.
Oh, twice. Oh, he's won twice. I'm sorry.
Two times, and both at this venue. So this is his.
One of his favorites, right?
I would say his favorite. Yeah. Sorry, we missed Amar's putt, so we're back with Dharma now. This putt is it's a bit right to left. I would say give it a ball, maybe half a ball outside the right edge, and you just make sure that you keep the speed up, because if it's a bit slow, it'll die off to the left.
My memory serves me right. I think this is a little slow going uphill, isn't it?
Yeah, this is definitely
So
one
it's-
that you want to hit.
So the grain is into you,
Yeah,
making no
Yeah,
mistakes.
very
Dharma,
good.
another very consistent player,
yeah.
M. Dharma,
Yeah, absolutely.
playing alongside Abhijit Chadda and Amardeep Malik with that customary hats off and shake hands. Those shake hands have turned into fist pumps since Corona.
Yes.
All
absolutely.
around.
Yeah. Now now you don't need to actually shake hands with anybody. Just fist bump it.
I mean, there was no rule in any case, but there was just the very gentlemanly thing to do.
Yeah.
We're here with Dipankar Kaushal. He's a professional golfer on the PGTI. This is his home golf course. Here to get into the mind of Dipankar and find out what makes Dipankar click and play golf on the PGTI. So Dipankar, welcome to the PGTI show. So first question, something which always intrigues me about why, when, and what made you start playing golf?
So it's like a funny story. Firstly, I started at very late age. I was 21 when I
Okay.
first held the club. I used to always think as a layman, it's an old man's game. What is golf? Nothing, like that. Until and unless once my dad got me to Noida Golf Course, he was a member here. He also just started that time, just 2-3 years into the game. So he just told me, why don't you try this? And I used to play very good cricket. At that time, cricket had no career, the politics in cricket and all. So I used to play really good cricket. But then my dad said, why don't you give it a try? And it was a tough sport, I realized, it's not easy, but I picked up really well then. So that's how I started the game.
Who propels you? Where's the driving force coming from?
One is my dad. He's always after me and backing me, and he supports me like anything. And secondly, when I started watching golf, obviously Tiger is everyone's favorite, but I really like the way Phil Mickelson played.
Okay.
The aggression and the shots he pulls off. So that's what motivated me.
So now one thing which I did not have when I was playing professional golf is the kind of prize money you have now. So I was just looking at the prize money for this tournament. I played this tournament with the prize money of 5 lakhs.
Now it's 1 CR.
It's 1 CR. So this boost that the DP World Tour has given and the prize money, how has it changed your mindset?
So now you need to work harder. It's big money on the table. So if you're shooting good numbers, you'll make a lot of money here only playing PGTI with the kind of events that are happening. So obviously DP World has put in money and PGTI is booming. So now look at the competition is as thick as Asian Tour on our tour itself. So that just motivates you to even work harder.
Yeah.
Physically, mentally, in all directions. Now it's just not just you can come here and take it. You have to fight it and earn it. So this prize money is there, but it has built up competition. So the sport is now really competitive in India itself.
Okay.
Over our generation, I think we played it more for the love, and as time progressed, it became a viable profession, especially for the professional golfers. Now they can sustain themselves in India, because we had to go abroad to find that avenue. And you know, thank you, DP World Tour, and thank you
Yes,
to
I
all
must,
the sponsors. You know, I'm sure these professional golfers, you know, are super grateful about what you have put into this game and in India.
A very special mention of the marriage that has just culminated between the PGTI, the DP World Tour, and the PGA Tour. Owing to that, we have a sudden and a very promising jump in the prize money. We played every single tournament so far this year for a minimum prize money of 1 crore. And hopefully in the coming years, this money is only going to increase, and you'll see more and more competition cropping up. And I don't think that there is too far away when not only on the Asian Tour, you have enough victories on the Asian Tour coming from, under the belt of Indians, but people making their mark on the PGA Tour, following in the footsteps of Jeev in the past, and also Anirban at the present. So I don't put this put the thought aside when in the next decade or so we might have a major winner coming from the subcontinent.
I really think we will, and I hope we do, because you know the newer generation needs inspiration, and that's the best way of getting inspiration and motivation. So like coming back to the golf here, it looks like 13th has got its claws out for the last two groups. They're really finding it tough going out on this hole.
Also, if you look globally, the prize monies in the last 2 years has just grown exponentially, and you have the number of entries that you receive at any qualifying school of a tour clearly dictates the number of players who are trying to find their footing and are trying to find a livelihood through the sport.
Spot on. You know, I think people who were fringe players who thought, you know, how will I make a living and how will I sustain myself playing golf, now have jumped to this side of the fence. You know, so it's really good for Indian golf.
You were always good at jumping fences, I remember.
Well, didn't have to jump very many, but I don't know. Yeah, it's been a while since I jumped fences. And Gaurav needs to, you know, slow down, reassemblate everything, and you know, reset button, and you know, take control of himself now.
I think he's hung in there. His front nine has been absolutely blemish-free and flawless. Looking at that flag, the way it was positioned on number 10, we've seen enough number of bogeys coming in on number 10, especially of the last few groups. But I think Gaurav is in finds himself in a very good and a commanding position, just one shot behind the leaders, going into the final round. Although we have a few holes to go, a couple of opportunities.
He just short-sighted himself in the left bunker, and then he had I guess he didn't have a good lie, and now he's got a 6-footer for bogey, you know. So
meanwhile, Sudhir Sharma likes to leave that flag in the hole. Very consistently, I've seen players just messing up their feel for distance or the speed on the greens. Very surprisingly, though.
I guess, you know, I was reading an article a week or two ago about, you know, how heart rate affects the feel. So it's, you know, sometimes it's as simple as monitoring your breath, which will help you feel the putts better, because at a certain heart rate you start losing control over your fine motor skills, which is very important in putting. So yeah, a good thing could be to, you know, just take a nice deep breath, you know, calm yourself down and take it from there.
Yeah, I think a very good exercise is to just take 4, 5, 6 deep breaths and get on with your job again.
Yeah, put down the
Just
heart
calms
rate.
your nerves down and gives you a fresher perspective
Yep.
to save that very important bogey.
Yeah, that was so important. These are like momentum savers. It's you when the wheels are coming off, you don't want all of them coming off.
Yep.
You need, so
There's so much you can tell by the body language. Look
Yeah.
at the way his shoulders have dropped a bit. I'm sure he'll pick them up
but
with a birdie or two over the next few holes.
Gaurav generally doesn't miss lefts, and the last 2 misses have been left.
I know. I know. So what I noticed, although I'm not very good at picking up mistakes, but I could see that his hands were slightly overactive on that second shot on the 12th hole, and his body stopped turning.
Yeah.
So the hands took over, and the ball finished
Yeah.
quite a bit left, and in fact, almost about 12 to 15 yards left of that green.
Yes, absolutely. You could see the toe come in, and So Honey is looking like he's holding his ground.
Yeah, and he looks solid, although he's 2 over for the day, but he's dropping the putts that are required
Yeah.
on the home run. He's 5 under and 2 behind the leaders, sitting pretty at tied 4th at the moment.
This is probably a very, very birdie hole. Number 14 it's a hole you're banking on birding, and it's once you hit your drive, it's nothing more than a mid or a long iron in for the pros.
We'll just wait for this scoreboard to be updated. Shamim and Sudhir Sharma are tied at after the 11th or at 7 under. Gaurav Pratap, after having dropped those 2 strokes on 12 and 13, would drop down to 5 under. I beg your pardon, 6 under.
Yeah.
Still a 2-way tie on top, especially after the way these guys started on the first day. They putted their lights out and looked like this tournament is going to go to 20 under par. But those radials have suddenly started screeching.
Somebody asked me that day, and I was just talking to some members here. He says, 9 holes. So I said, it's, a 9-hole tournament round is almost like a T20. You have to go out, and a 18-hole is more like a 1 day. And the whole tournament is like a test match,
Yeah, right.
So just to give a perspective to the viewers on how professional golfers think when it's just 9 holes compared to 18.
There's a very old and very apt saying which goes, it's not over till it is over.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not over till the 72nd hole is holed out, and you give your scores in.
So we have a really interesting pin position on number 14. There's a very thin spine that runs through the center. It's diagonally across, and it pins right on top of it today, on the left.
So it's very important to
So
be
it's a short
either on the
path.
green or
It's just measuring at 501, but you can see it now on your screen.
so it's just over that slope.
Yes,
looking
it's
at from the
right,
fairway.
It's right on top of the crest.
Right.
So not the probably
Just past the crest.
The toughest pin position on that green would be where it's placed today. You can see how almost all the greens are almost like overturned saucers in NGC. So if you actually can't pitch it just on a pitch or a chip. You need to actually fly it a little more than that. Very reminiscent of Pinehurst. It's there.
You've got to be very precise
Yeah.
if you want to hit it anywhere,
Yeah.
get the ball anywhere close.
And you can see that this green is playing a bit faster than the others.
It just started feeding off to the right a bit.
Yeah,
The diagonally across spine that you were just mentioning about
Yes.
did come into play. leaving himself a 3-footer for birdie. Was Thangaraja.
And it's also all the grains converge on that spine, so it's a mixed grain putt. It's you can have a 3-footer that will fox you completely.
Judging by the distance that Ranjit is from the hole, I would assume he was putting for an eagle, leaving himself a 2-footer.
Yeah, because he doesn't look too disappointing missing it.
Didn't look very happy either with that putt, the way
Yeah.
it behaved.
Yeah, but like I said a few moments ago, this is where all the grains converge on that green, and it's difficult to read these putts any length on this pin position.
Our tournament leader diligently going about reading that line, along helped by his long-time caddy on the bag, popularly known as Gullu. For the outright lead, Shamim Khan on hole number 14.
Yeah,
It's got to be trusted. And he did.
A
making no
really, really
mistakes.
good read.
What a brilliant read.
Yeah, you can see the caddy is probably happier than the player.
Shamim, no mistakes about that one. We see the replay. It's going to fall in just from the right of the hole, from the point that Shamim is looking at it. Moves off to the right, then feeds back towards the hole.
Yeah.
Just the right speed.
Yeah, and it's a trait of a good putter when we have Jyoti, and we used to always wonder how his ball just about made it to the hole. It was never and he's a really good putter.
The man with his liking for the flag in the hole, Thangaraja, taps it in for, I'm assuming for a 5.
This should move a bit to his left. Yeah, good. He took the break out of that. He just gave it a bit more speed. So it's good to see juniors, out watching the pros play and learning from their from what they see, and how, especially how the professional golfers handle themselves. This is Honey on number 14. Probably one of the toughest bunker shots you could get on this golf course. It's he has to land this on the spine and then keep it on the spine, which is. But Honey's actually quite exceptional from the bunker. Yeah, just a bit heavy-handed. Not actually close from being really good. Came out a bit hotter than he would have liked it to. Maybe a bit heavy-handed. As you can see, the latter half of this green is a bit downgrained, so you can see that's what gave the ball a bit of extra roll. So this is a hole which you want to birdie, and if you don't, you just feel like you've given half a shot away. And Honey's got the flag out. He's taking his chances of holding that.
Shamim Khan, after that birdie on number 14, steering clear by 2 from Sudhir, who's closely followed by a pack of 4 people: Harinder Gupta, Sachin, Basoya, Kshitij, Navid Kaul, and Gaurav Pratap Singh.
Yeah, this one is pretty straightforward, uphill, a bit from his right.
That's the ideal position. You were saying if one misses the green, that should be.
Yeah, but this is his fourth shot. He was in the.
Okay.
Anyway, I guess Honey just needs to be a bit patient about and not try to force it. Sometimes you come to a 500-yard par 5 and you say, okay, this is birdie, and you get ahead of yourself, and then you come off the green with a par and you feel like, oh shit, So I guess there's a. It's an easy hole, but it's got its own challenges on the green.
So the clubhouse lead at the moment is held by Abhijit Singh Chadda at 4 under, 2 under for the day, with 3 groups still to finish. I beg your pardon, 4 groups still to finish.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well
That's
done,
the energy
Gaurav.
booster we were talking about.
Again, that should straighten out his shoulders a bit.
Yeah, definitely. I told you he's going to pick them up and walk far straighter and quicker. The stride tells the story. Well done, Gaurav Pratap.
This shows you how important
pretty much
the
a similar
last
line what Shamim Khan had, right?
Yeah.
Just a short while ago.
shows you how important the last bogey par was, because that was, that was like it saved that double on 13 would have been quite deflating.
So with that birdie, Gaurav Pratap should move into tied second at 6 under par, along with Sachin Besoya and Sudhir Sharma. Looks like Sudhir has held it as well, so Sudhir should be in second position on his own at -7.
So we've seen 2 birdies on this hole. And like I said, it's 4.7. So if he holds this par, it will be like 4.66 for this group.
It all boils down to mathematics, doesn't it?
Well,
From your golf game to your love life.
Yeah, maths and everything. Yeah. Yeah, this has got a bit of left to right in it.
A hint of it for sure. Makes no mistake, although it creeps in from the right.
Yeah, he used the hole completely. You know,
He's had a very good run at the Indian Open recently. Another one of the players who plays at DLF, Hani Bisoya.
and this is the picturesque number 15. It's
The shorter of the holes amongst the back nine.
mm-hmm.
A very possible birdie opportunity.
Yeah, they're playing it off a bit in front today, which makes it a bit easier because from the back, you need to move it considerably from right to left.
There's that clump of trees on the right which needs to be avoided on your tee shot, which stretches out at about 260 odd yards off the back of the tee.
Yeah,
You have to make sure that you draw it and end up left of those trees to have any kind of a opportunity to hit your second close to the hole.
yeah, and it's a really long, narrow green with as it gets to the back of the green,
Gets narrower.
It's narrower, and the outer bounds comes into play more. So
they've been very supportive. They weren't very pushy about my education. They were very supportive, and they wanted me to, just go out and play golf because they knew I loved the game that much. And I guess the whole family. So I come from a joint family. So the whole family was very supportive and very encouraging, like all throughout my career.
So, like growing up, we look at people that we admire in the sport. Did you have any such role model growing
I
up?
think it's a very cliche answer, but Tiger Woods is everybody's idol and role model. Like what he's done for the game and what he's achieved on the golf course is I think like unprecedented in any way. So he for sure. But off the golf course, my role model is definitely my father. He does all the right things. Set the bar so high for me.
So he's like the bar setter.
100%. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's good. Because every time you don't have a bar, then you actually
Exactly. Like you're lost. You
don't know what to do.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So since you've seen come up from the junior ranks and you are where you are, what would you tell a junior starting out at golf? What advice would you give?
Firstly, enjoy the process, enjoy being out here, enjoy practicing. Without hard work, you're not going to get to, any sort of level. So, like put in the time, put in the hard work, but more than anything else, enjoy the process. And I really believe in that. If you're not having fun, then there's no point doing what you do.
Sought after bachelor in all of Bangalore, calls himself the ladies' man.
Yeah, we were having a joke about it. I said, you need to give me some tips since you are, I believe, a maestro at it.
He's a brilliant golfer, moves the ball both ways. Kalin Joshi, and his breakthrough win on the Asian Tour came with the Panasonic Open at Delhi Golf Club just a short while ago. And also, if I may brush up your knowledge, Amit, Kalin Joshi also won his very first tournament on this golf course, Noida, back in 2017, if I have my numbers right.
I'm sure, he's a brilliant player. He brings a lot of energy to the tour. He's always vibrant, which is what this game needs.
Yeah, smiling and laughing and pulling people's legs.
We need more characters like him. And I've never seen him frown. You can see in the interview we had a really nice chat before it started also, and I always whenever I see him, he's always very respectful and always smiling.
Always smiling, definitely.
Yeah.
He's quite a character off the course as well.
So we have a few movements on the leaderboard.
With that putt that we saw just a while ago, Gaurav Pratap actually didn't birdie the 14th, he eagled the 14th. So he got those 2 strokes that he dropped on the 12th and 13th back with that eagle. Leapfrogs rather, onto position tied second with 7 under total and 2 under for the day. Just one shot shy of the lone leader, Shamim Khan. Like we were just talking about it, moving holes coming up in the last 4, and Gaurav and along with Shamim and Sudhir taking full advantage in making amends of mistakes made before. On your screens is the 10-time winner on the Asian Tour, Gaganjeet Bhullar.
I've seen him, probably the nicest rhythm, hasn't changed in 10 years at least, and he always reminds me with his mannerisms of Jeev for some reason. Jeev Milkha Singh is a really close friend and
one of the pioneers of Indian golf.
Yeah, and so every time I see Gaganjeet, it reminds me. It's just the walk and this his body language is very Jeev-like. What would you say to that?
Possibly. I think most of the generation before us grew up looking at Jeev and emulating Jeev to some extent.
Yeah.
Jeev being one of the 3 pioneers, along with Jeev, along with Jyoti and Atwal.
Yep.
So I will definitely not put it aside if somebody wants to emulate one of these 3 players, and
Absolutely. Yeah.
Badal Hussain walking off, another entrant from Bangladesh, playing alongside Gaganjeet Bhullar and Harinder Gupta from Chandigarh, closing the day. As you can see, there's hardly a flutter in that flag. It looks like the wind is again dying down a bit,
Yep.
making it that much easier in shot selection and club selection.
Yeah, but, for the leaders, if it stays like this, these last few holes become very much birdieable. But if the wind picks up, then it actually changes its whole dimension. So the wind is a big factor at Noida Golf Course because it's not just it's very gusty and it swirls a lot.
Also, because it is in the middle of town, there are a couple of buildings around that could fox you as far as the direction of the wind is concerned.
Yeah.
Especially one behind the 5th and to the right of the 6th green.
Mm-hmm. And
not as much on the finishing holes as it is on the starting holes.
yeah, but when you're standing on number 18 on your second shot, and you're actually surrounded by trees and on both sides, and
Little tough to judge.
yeah, and the flag is moving, but you can't feel anything. So you're actually trying to, you start second guessing yourself, and you say, okay, is it actually there, and should I commit to it or not? So these discussions become easier when it's not gusty and windy, So it's more, you aim and you hit, and you're not, don't
So all of
second
that
guess
actually
yourself,
boiling down to your commitment to a shot and your decision making. Like you said earlier in the day, a wrong decision is better than indecision,
yeah.
right?
What's the worst thing you can have? Your decision is off by, shall I aim 2 yards right or 5 yards right? Yeah? That's a wrong decision. But indecision can bring a lot of things into play. Yeah. And, and golf is a game of mistakes. It's how good your mistakes are at the end of the day.
It's the quality of the mistakes that you make. It's the quality of the bad shots that you...
Absolutely. And secondly, it's, people, most amateurs try to hit the ball really straight, but it's really difficult to play golf when you're hitting it really straight.
So for the viewers, this especially goes out to you, those amateur golfers, those club golfers. If you're looking for perfection, golf is not the game for you. Maybe you should change to shooting or something.
Yeah,
with a definitive target.
Absolutely. If you really think about it, it's a spherical ball, and we have a flat, and sphere, flat, they're two different geometrical, dimension things, so for the ball to go really straight, it's almost a miracle.
Yeah, there are too many factors involved.
Yeah, there are too many factors involved. So it's better when if you move it either right to left or left to right, and refine it to a point where you don't have to move it. It doesn't move so much, and after that, just if you need be, should be able to move it the other way. Just like Gaurav said to us earlier, that I move everything left to right until I really have to move it right to left. So that's probably a good thing to keep in mind when you hit the range and you say, oh, I want to hit it straight. So, yeah.
You can spot the gentle giant from Delhi Golf Club, Mr. Naman Dawar, walking in the middle of the fairway.
The last tournament that he played here, the three of us were playing together, if you recall, last year. And unfortunately, he had to withdraw because his wife had been just diagnosed with COVID-19, and then since he was a threat to as far as the infection goes, so he actually withdrew.
Yes, I do recollect him coming up with that news on tee number 13, and he says I'd better walk off. And that's I hold that decision of his in very high regard, considering the kind of situation this entire world has gone through in those 2 years. Giving up an opportunity to earn some money.
Earn some money, and after a long, we actually, due to COVID-19, 2 seasons were combined from 21 and 20 and 21. 20 and 21. Right. So you're playing a tournament after a long time, and then you can't play it. So it's as a professional golfer, but it happened with John Rahm also.
He withdrew as well.
Yeah.
Yes. There you have your eyes set on hole number 16, one of the longest par 3 on the course. Today playing to a big number of 246 yards.
So that monument, as for the viewership, is the monument of the War of Delhi. It was between the French and the English, and it was this Noida golf course was actually it was a battlefield. In yesteryears.
So the monument has been erected there in remembrance of that
of the War of Delhi. Yeah,
gives a beautiful view of the course from up there.
Yeah, it's a really nicely constructed monument, and it's if you come to Noida golf course and you're playing on this beautiful golf course, you can actually everything to do with the War of Delhi is written on a plaque and engraved in stone actually on the monument. And this tee can actually change. This hole can change drastically with the tee boxes because the tee a bit forward.
They have 2 tee boxes here.
Yes, one you play 246 like we are today, and one you play 200. So it's like a 46-yard jump. It changes the whole hole.
The leader of the tournament on the left half of your screen, Shamim Khan, walking in that shade, trying to conserve all the energy with 2 more holes to go. Ranjit Singh and Thangaraja playing alongside him. They've just teed off the 16th and walking up to the green now.
3 on 16 is always a good number because
especially from the tee box at the back.
From the top tee, yes. And
we've had 1 birdie in the top 15. 2 birdies in the top 15. One coming from Giriraj Singh Khadka and the other from the very peculiar Mr. Kshitij Navid Kaul on hole number 16. I think that would save at least half a stroke on.
He's made more,
if not more.
Maybe more actually. Yeah.
On most of the field.
This would be.
You don't see too many 2s on number 16.
This would be averaging at least 3.4 today.
I think there are only 2 2s so far in the entire field of 56 players.
And how many 4s do you see on it?
Quite a few.
Yeah, so it's a hole which is if you walk away with the 3, you'll make up ground to the field.
Ranjit seems to have missed it short and right on that flag, which is pretty much in the middle of the green, not more than 10 to 12 yards.
Yeah, probably the right. This is probably in the grass bunker, just short of the green, and probably the best place to miss it would be short because this green slopes drastically from back to front. So anything which is pin high, the chip actually turns a lot.
Without wasting any time, Ranjit Singh, like you said, it breaks a lot. It did break quite a bit, a fair bit rather, from right to left.
Yep.
Leaving himself a 6 to a 7-footer downhill quick putt.
I would have preferred it on the other side of the hole, right? And but coming from the grass bunker, which is got a lot of, it's got some heavy grass in it, so it's not the easiest place to judge the roll of the ball.
Not having the best of days, Ranjit Singh. This is one round that he'd not like to talk about. +6 for the day. From overnight 5 under, he suddenly finds himself at 1 over for the tournament. Now the tournament leader coming out of the bunker. Man with the magical hands, Shamim Khan.
Yeah, Shamim is probably one of the better bunker shots players, so I'm not sure he's completely happy with that, but he would be like a 6 on 10 on his rating charts, I think.
Nevertheless, he's got a easier putt to save that par from about 4.5, 5 feet out.
Mm-hmm.
Will surely break from the right, but as compared to Ranjit, I think he has given a percentage chance, a higher percentage of holing and saving that par. Thangaraja putting for his birdie.
Oh, that was just lacked a bit of steam at the end.
Beautiful putt though.
A 3 on 16 is always welcome, though.
I think given the 4 par 3s here, 4 3s on the par 3s is a good number.
Yes.
Beautifully designed par 3s. They make you think.
Absolutely.
They make you work the ball, be it your number 3 or your number 5. With
Yes.
Roby coming in play on the, not really in play, but with that flag today, it might come into play a little bit on your right.
And it's got that huge spine on it also, so it's, you have to be on this side or that side. Right? If the pin is on this side and you're on the other side, it's.
And then again, the 10th has played. Bared. It did bare its teeth on this third day of the NCR, the Delhi NCR Open, with quite a few of them finding the water.
Yeah, so I guess Shamim is one player that you would expect for him to hold this part, because this is his. You can almost say this is his bread and butter, right?
There's only one player in this field today who has no complaints against the 10th, with that lone ace today, is Aman Raj. Fear the hat.
Control of himself and his.
Coming in.
It's for him. 17 is a 3-shot hole.
No,
and he's not in. He's going to back himself on the 3rd shot, and he's going to.
Yeah, but out of the 3 par 5s he's played, he's already birdied 2.
Yeah.
So I won't put it aside.
Absolutely.
The leader group here in your frames, ladies and gentlemen. The man who made that lone eagle on hole number 14, Gaurav Pratap Singh. He's given it a go.
Yeah, looks like he started on the right line. So yeah.
Needs to sit down.
Yeah.
He did give it a go, didn't he?
Yeah.
By the looks of it. Not a bad place to be in, although the green is going to be a little slick from this angle. Would you say that would be like a 3-iron today? Playing 446 yards?
I think would be more like a. I don't think he carries a 3-iron. So it's either a 4 or a most likely a 4-iron.
Most likely a 4, the way he swung it.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
The elevation gives you another 10 yards, so it's playing more like 235, and it's a bit with the wind today. So
Sudhir Sharma?
Sudhir, on the other hand, does carry a 3-iron, and most probably that's the club he's going to use today.
Sudhir Sharma started this tournament with a bang, with a record-setting 8 under par, 28 on the front 9, and the round was cut down to just 9 holes the first day, owing to the incessant rains that came down. Back to number 16, Hani Bisoya.
For him, it'll be more like a 4 or 5, because he likes to. He can put a big draw movement on it, and he hits his mid to long irons quite far.
The sheer distance and the design of this hole, you can see, it's tough to find the green. Sachin Bisoya on hole number 17, looks like he's laid up for his second.
Yeah, this is a hole where you there's a water hazard which you have to fly, and if you don't have the fly yardage, you end up laying up and making it a 3-shot hole. It's a severe dogleg from right to left. Very similar in design to hole number 8, probably a little bit longer.
Just a little more
dogleg to it, yes.
Although I think the 8th is more like a double dogleg, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit draw off the tee, and then a fade off the second.
Right.
Yeah, and it looks like it's a nice grouping. They're talking to each other, and or talking to your fellow competitor in a round always helps you relax more. And if you have people you can talk to, it keeps a good energy in the group, and
Also, I read somewhere where Nicholas said 4.5 hours of just concentrating on golf and I'd go mad. He says the moment I hit a golf shot, I like to look around, look at the beautiful sceneries, look at the galleries. He says at some point he did mention I used to look at people what kind of clothes they wear, and the flowers and the environment. And as he would walk in about 8-10 steps short of the ball, he says his focus used to just come back onto the job at hand.
Yeah, Nicholas was someone who was the epitome of focus. Sometimes he used to tell people that they hadn't seen him when he actually was having breakfast with them, because he had forgotten, because he was so engrossed in what he was doing. So, and then so I guess everybody has their own way of relaxing and focusing, and you need to find your own recipe on the golf course.
Kshitij call here after that splendid birdie on the long par 3 16th. Would be looking to convert another one here to move in one behind the leader. The pin position on hole number 17 is 22 yards from the front. So I'm assuming it probably would be about 4 or 5 yards over that slope which cuts across the middle of the green.
It's probably this is the toughest pin on number 17, because it's for him, the bunker shot, he needs to pitch it somewhere where he's standing right now, and then the moment it gets to the top of the crest, it kind of just releases towards the hole.
Yeah, because the grass is going from front to back.
On the back of the green. On the front of the green, it's in front.
Yeah, but front to back, the moment you get past that ridge in the middle of the green.
Yep.
Back to hole number 16, Hani Bisoya.
Yeah. So
brilliant effort.
Yeah, probably the easiest place to chip from, unless you have a bad lie out there. But yeah.
Perfect example of maximum acceleration through impact. You can see that. This one is a very good tip for club golfers. I've seen a lot of them, when it's a shortish kind of a chip, they tend to baby down at the time of impact.
Yeah, it's the hole being 240 yards, and then it's that grass bunker. If that wasn't there, all these balls would have climbed on the green, because it stops the ball from rolling up. So it's a very strategically and nicely placed grass bunker.
Very well guarded.
Yes,
this green. If you don't have the yardage and the line right,
and when the greens get fast, this green gets.
This one can get really quick.
Fast. And
I think even Gaurav has a bit of a quick chip coming down from here, right? So anything within 3-4 feet would be a good one. What do you reckon?
Yeah, but Gaurav is probably one of in the top 5% on these chips on the tour, because I've always seen him. Maybe I spoke a bit too soon. He generally is quite good with this.
It wasn't an easy chip though.
Yeah.
I'd have to say that. So that's why I said within 3 to 4 feet. Anything within 4 feet is a good one from that angle that he's coming from.
Absolutely. Well, he's got his work cut out here. He's got about 12-15 feet up the hill. This will have quite a lot of break to it. The slopes right to left, the grains right to left. So he should be starting this one out at least a foot and a half outside the right. And then it's all down to the speed. Then if he matches it up with the speed, he holds the part. You can see that he's aiming probably 18 inches right. And then again, this is actually all quite slow. So he has to make sure he hits it enough, gives it enough. Yeah, there's much more line than that. Well, he'll be disappointed with that one. It was probably right up his alley with that chip, and then he, So that brings him back from 7 to 6 under. And here's Kshitij on number 17 for his. This is where he hit it from the bunker, probably a foot away from being really good.
From being perfect, I'd say.
Yeah.
But this is good. I think he has a 6-footer, probably a little right to left.
Yeah, and he's coming off a birdie, so
there you go.
Yeah, you can see that he has the momentum with him.
Back-to-back birdies for Kshitij Navid Kaul moves him from 6 to 7 under, and one shy of Shamim Khan, the lone leader after 16 holes on the third day of the Delhi NCR Open 23.
Sudhir won't be too unhappy with that. It's so Honey and Sudhir with par 3s and Gaurav with the bogey 4. Sachin tidying up on number 17. And you can see the on-course leaderboard here with Shamim at 8. Now Gaurav's gone back to 6 after that bogey, and Kshitij has taken his place at 7. And then you have Sudhir at 7 as well, and then Sachin at 6. Yeah.
Just 2 more holes to go for the last pairing, with Shamim leading the way at 8 under par. Looks like Shamim went with us, laid up on his second shot.
Yeah, yeah, and that's it's for him. He's it's a 3-shot hole. It's always been.
Is there water in that hazard?
I'm not sure actually, because
I think they would be, right? Because a lot of the people were laying it up on hole number 11, so the same hazard runs out into hole number 17, and then further on into 18.
Oh, did we just see a shank from Thangaraja? Oh, that's
looked like it from that angle.
Yeah, and he's surprised at it also.
It's a near perfect shot, isn't it?
No.
When you want to repeat it, you can't.
No, it's not. It's a shot you don't want to have ever.
But that's a shot you really can't pull off at will.
Yeah.
Ranjit Singh with his approach on the 17th. Not having a very good day, Ranjit.
Probably a bit not committing to the yardage he had to hit. We are playing preferred lie today, so if you're on the fairway and then you definitely get to place your ball, and which makes good contact more likely.
That's the call the management had to take, and the tournament director looking at the conditions on the first day with that incessant rain coming down, just to make it a level playing field for everybody. So clean and place is in force over the first 3 rounds. We'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah. So we have
In your frames is the gentleman who aced hole number 10, Fear the Hat, Aman Raj from Patna.
yeah. So player size.
Playing alongside Pranav Madikar from Pune. In your frames now. 2 under for the championship and one over for the day.
Looked like he put a good swing on that. Looks satisfied with his with the result as well.
Yes, Gerard Singh Sandhu, one of the 2 left-handed players in the field.
So Karan Pratap saying with his, I would make out to be the better side of 6 feet.
Currently in 7th position, -1 for the day and 4 under for the championship. Karan Pratap would like to definitely close in with a birdie. Quite a few players with this claw grip, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess when if it works, then this you should definitely do it. So yeah, that had a bit of right to left on it because this grain, like I said earlier, there's a lot of grain from right to left, and
making no mistakes with his read.
Aman sizing up his putt. Yeah, this would actually almost be straight because he's coming up the other slope. Yeah, maybe just right of center. Again, a bit slow.
Still one of the easier lines to read.
Yes.
Looking at where he's coming from. Oh, that's not more than a tap in.
Yeah.
He's just shifted to a new driver, the Paradigm, and he seems to be very happy. He says he's added about 4 to 5 miles an hour and picked up a couple of yards on his carry distance.
So I guess Thangaraja made up for that shank with the chip in.
That'd be for a 5, right?
Whatever it is, it's
I would assume.
yeah.
I would assume so.
Yeah, the new drivers with the new aerodynamics, it makes the club go faster through the air, which in turn makes you swing faster, doing the same thing.
Yeah, I was just watching him on the driving range, Aman Raj, last evening, and I could definitely make out that ball is flying further than what I saw him earlier.
Yes. So when it comes to club speed, it's the aerodynamics of the head, which if you can if the designer can get it completely right, it'll increase the club head speed. And when it comes to ball speed, it's probably the quality of the titanium.
I remember back in the day when equipment was not very easy to get in this country. Most of my time, I remember, we were adjusting our golf swings to the equipment that we got,
Yep.
rather than the equipment being tailor-made for your particular needs.
Absolutely, the biggest improvement as far as technically the younger generation is so far ahead of where we used to be at that age, primarily because of the phone. Because now you have a camera on your phone which is which is high speed.
Spot checks.
Yeah, and you can easily quickly take a video, send it to your coach. Within 5 minutes, you're on a FaceTime call with him or her.
Actually, Amit, the game changer is internet.
Yeah, internet and the phone. The phone has become so.
Again, internet. I would emphasize on that. Back in the day, I remember, when I started playing golf, you'd always wait for that one person would go to America and bring back a few golf digests, and then that golf digest, the few instructional pages in that would do the rounds, and people would go around making Xerox copies of those.
I remember my first video camera, and you saw that it was like those old camcorders, and
to save his power, Ranjit, on the 17th.
Knee knocking distance.
I'd say that, especially the way Ranjit has had his last 10 odd holes. I'm very happy.
So coming back to the camera, the camcorder was huge, and the playback was not instant. You had to wait, and then once you even saw it, you didn't know what to do with it because your coach hadn't seen it. So now you kind of take a video, send it to your coach, FaceTime 2 minutes later, and you have a fix.
So the smartphones of today have actually closed down quite a few other industries as well. Not just the camera, also your alarm clocks and your calendars and your
everything almost. Yeah, it's
literally your laptops are not required. You're on your emails and.
So looking at the technique of the younger generation, it's really, really good.
It's only getting better day on day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, shooting.
Sachin Basoya, I'd say that's a brilliant shot from the angle that he was coming in. Looked like he was slightly under the trees and had to keep the ball a little below those leaves.
Yeah, that's
brilliant approach on the last.
That'd be really good. That's really good from where he was.
He would be looking to close that with a 3.
Kept it beautifully under the tree. Gave it a little bit of fade. Worked it off the left edge of the green and landed softly too.
One of the few players who would like to end day number 3 in the 60s. With that birdie, if he was to hold it.
So Kshitij, getting out of jail himself, that's pretty good from
That's
there.
very well done.
Yeah.
That's very well done. Although he leaves himself a good 50 feet away from the hole, but it's a very good position to be in.
Yeah, and probably one of the slowest putts on the green also, on the course.
Jairaj Singh Sandhu in your frames, ladies and gentlemen. Not having the best of outings, Jairaj.
Yeah, that couldn't have been more than a wedge for him. He would be disappointed with himself on that particular shot.
The second last pairing of the day, teeing off number 18, our tournament leader, Shamim Khan. One of the players who would definitely record day number 3 in the 60s. Seems to have
Yeah.
missed that a hint to the right, would you say?
No, I think for him it would be a baby draw from that front bunker that comes in the fairway bunker. He's trying to start it at the middle of that and bring it in, and because he won't reach the water hazard at 285.
I don't think he.
Yeah. So for him it's a wider tee shot. That's why you have Ranjit using a fairway metal here. There's a water hazard at 285, which if in case you do hit it a bit left, you might find it.
By the looks of it, he likes it.
Mm-hmm. And for Ranjit, that would be like a fade, starting it at the hazard and moving it back to the center. So like we spoke earlier, pros generally don't try to hit it straight. They like to work it either left to right or right to left.
You're giving yourself that much more room to play with.
Absolutely, it's like playing goalpost. You just have to score a goal.
So that's where Jairaj missed his second on the 18th. He'll be trying to salvage his par. I'm sure he wanted to flight it a little more than
pitched it maybe a foot short of where he wanted to.
probably a foot, foot and a half.
A little bit of a tester.
After that brilliant approach shot to the green from the middle of the jungle on the right of the 18th, Kshitij discussing with his caddy. I think one important factor on this part of his is definitely the speed.
Yeah.
Because the line is not very tough from where he's coming in. It's about a couple of feet right
Yeah.
on that 50, 60, 70 foot or whatever that is.
Yeah, but this is into the grain.
Speed is the key.
Up the slope. So anything within 5 feet, he should be actually pretty pleased with.
You can judge by the length of that backswing on that putt. You can make out the distance that he was from the hole.
Yeah.
Coming up short. Back to number 17, Sudhir Sharma. In his attempt to make that.
Still a bit heavy with the speed. If it had been slower, it would have broken a bit more and maybe found the hole.
I don't know at this point if that was a birdie attempt or an eagle.
And you can see now the flag is fluttering again.
The wind
it
has
means
picked up
it's
again
picked up. So it's the golf course is taken out its claws again.
Although I'm assuming a bit, but I think that could have been his attempt for an eagle. Looking at the way the wind is blowing, it's
playing
very much
downwind.
possible for him to be there with his second.
Yep.
What about Gaurav? Is he there in two or possible, right? Both Gaurav and Sudhir hit it a decent distance off the tee.
Yeah.
It's a very reachable hole for both of them.
So this one moves a bit to the right initially and then comes back. Yeah, this is probably on line, but just lacking a bit of speed. And
He knew it the moment he hit it. He knew it. Yeah, the wind is picking up. You can see the trees at the back.
Yeah.
So the 18th for these boys is probably going to play a little hurting off the left,
Yes.
you'd say. Slightly tougher shot for a left to right movement player.
Yeah. Sorry.
Hani Bisoya. His attempt for a birdie on number 17, making no mistakes on that one.
Yeah.
Finally.
You know, I like Honey's stability when he putts. It's almost, you know, feels like he's completely rock solid with his stance.
The Hungarian goose is nicely rested and finally laid an egg. Hani Bisoya makes a birdie after hole number 1. He's had a long dry spell of 15 holes and goes on to birdie number 17. That birdie on 17 should catapult Hani Bisoya for tied third at 6 under, 1 over for the day.
Yeah, he's definitely in there still.
Jairaj to save that par on number 18.
Oh, that will make lunch taste that much more.
Not to be.
Yeah, bitter, I would say, because, you know, he was probably with a wedge in his hand, and then to miss the green there, and then, you know, miss that relatively easy up and down. Yeah, he would be, you know, kicking himself
Just to
right
let
now.
our viewers know, it's not easy playing conditions today. Not a single player in the 60s in the clubhouse as yet. Only one group has a chance of, in fact only 2 players have a chance of shooting the numbers into 60s. That's Shamim Khan and Sudhir Sharma at the moment, by the looks of it. I beg your pardon, only Shamim Khan has a chance of finishing the 60s in day number 3.
He looks to have
Pushed it a little right,
yeah.
Tanga.
Not sure if he's hit his second shot. So Shamim, yeah, Shamim has hit his second shot. He's got his putter in his hand, so I guess he's found the green.
Here you can see the spectators crossing onto the other side. The much talked about claw grip. Was it Chris DiMarco who came up with this one?
Yes,
I think
actually,
he was,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
He's the father of the claw grip.
Yeah.
The very aggressive Hani Bisoya seems to like the tee shot on number 18, staring it down. He's just come off a birdie on number 17.
Must have put some wind in his sails, huh?
Definitely. Wind beneath his wings. Even the 18th gives you an opportunity to choose from 3 different clubs. It could be a fairway metal or a rescue, and even a driver for somebody who moves the ball left or right. Here is somebody who moves it left or right. Gaurav Pratap Singh with the 3-wood. Gives it a go and likes the result.
Sudhir, yeah, always been a big fan of his golf swing. Very simple.
Yeah, beautiful
Yeah.
golf swing. Very, very balanced and in control. I've never seen him getting out of his shoes trying to hit a golf ball hard.
Yeah, looks like he likes it. Staring it down.
You see that sweet spot on that 3-wood?
Looks like he hits it a lot.
And he hits it sweet. So the final pairing has teed off hole number 18. Ranjit Singh particularly not having a great outing on day number 3. Would be looking to close with a par 4 on number 18.
Yeah, it's exceedingly slow up that hill. You know, we saw Kshitij also misjudging it earlier. You just can't get yourself to hit it hard enough up that hill.
And Kshitij did 3-putt that one. He missed that 10-footer to close that 4 on the last.
5 feet from there would have been really a good result. You know, it's.
I think it completely boils down to you trusting the speed of the putt and of course the line.
You know, sometimes we just don't practice these long putts enough, and you know, I remember my coach, who's your coach too, he says, you know, you should practice at least half an hour of long putts every day.
Bit of a change in the guard on top. Sudhir Sharma all of a sudden has dropped a stroke on number 17 and moved to 6 under for the championship and 2 over for the day. Shamim sitting clear of the pack by a shot, a lone shot at the moment, over Gaurav Pratap at 7, and a bunch of Sachin, Sudhir and Honey at 6 under par.
So Tang Raja finishing with a flurry as he chipped in on 17 and now he's holed this a long putt on 18. So yeah, lunch is going to taste that much better now. Shamim diligently doing his whole routine. It hasn't changed in years.
He's actually hit a good shot on number 18. Now,
Yeah, it just came
didn't
out.
like it, just walked off.
Yeah, he came out of it a bit.
Didn't quite commit to the line that he was intending to. Hit on.
Yep, I guess didn't trust it completely there.
It's a wide open tournament for anybody within 3 shots of the leader. Makes a pack of Kshitij, Karan, Honey, Sudhir, Sachin, Gaurav and Shamim.
Oh, Ranjit just got. That you can just sum up his day with that part, right? He's had a lot of near misses, a lot of things which have just gone the other way.
I'm sure that's something he'd like to forget about. And closing in on the only round in the 60s today, our tournament leader, Shamim Khan,
Yep.
for a splendid 68 for a total of -8 over 3 rounds.
Yeah, he had just, I guess, just one bogey in it on number 11, and
He's got 5 birdies to
5 birdies. Solid.
that number of 60, -468.
And like, you know, Shamim is probably amongst the shorter hitters on our tour.
As compared to the young lot, yes.
Yeah.
Now the final pairing of the day, Sudhir Sharma, lining up for his second. Beautiful angle to be approaching this flag position today. He'll be looking to make some amends. Brilliant golf shot.
Yeah, it's probably within his range.
By the amount of golf he's played on this golf course, reading that line would not be tough.
Yeah, it's probably one of the easier putts on the 18 green.
You have the replay again?
Yeah.
Maybe tad bit, he just pulled it a little bit. Ideally, you'd want to finish that ball slightly right of the flag to give yourself an uphill putt. Would you say that?
Yeah, but as we can see on the screen, there's with the trees and Gaurav just backing out his shot.
The wind is playing a...
Yeah, so it's not it's a decision which
Right.
needs to be taken and then
seen through.
yeah.
With the change of club, again looking at the wind a little, it can fox you on this golf course. Like we said earlier, it's better to make a wrong decision than to be indecisive standing over a ball.
Yeah, looks like he started this one online though. No, maybe tad. Maybe between clubs, I would say. It looks like he's half a club short on it.
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
Since it's 10 yards to fly over that left trap on the left side, this flag is only 14 in and 7 off the left. I'd say about 7 to 8 yards to fly over that
Yeah.
left trap.
Yeah, like you can see, he's come up half a club short. So, and he changed his club also earlier.
Honey, without wasting any time. In fact, all three of them drove into a beautiful spot and absolutely the right line to approach this pin
Yeah.
position from.
A1. Yeah.
Brilliant shot by Honey Bisoya.
Yeah. Probably the straightest putt on our golf course also. This one has very little break on it.
If at all, a hint from the right. Oh, from the left, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
yes.
Beg your pardon.
Excellent camera work by our cameraman. And you can see the pollen on the fairway, and it's been a beautiful day for golf though. Challenging with the wind, but weather has been...
What do you think these two are discussing? Are they discussing the wind? By the gesture, it looked like they were probably discussing the wind.
Yeah,
Honey Bisoya and Sudhir Sharma walking up to the 18th in the final
Yeah.
hole of the day.
yeah, I guess Sudhir and he must be saying, Sudhir is definitely explaining what his shot to him. You could see it with his hand gestures. And I just feel Gaurav was between clubs there.
He possibly was.
Yeah.
He probably took an extra club and just didn't quite commit to it.
Yeah, yeah. And it's a left flag with left to right wind, and he likes to move it left to right, so it's probably not a shot that suits his eye the best. But he must have hit this putt 1,000 times, this being his home golf course. So I actually expect this one to come within that 5 feet that we were talking about.
He would definitely
Yeah.
do a better job than the people who don't play on this golf course
Yeah, because he knows...
as often.
Yes. Yeah.
I also get a feeling that Sudhir will walk off with the 3 on this one. I have a very strong feeling of that.
Yes,
He doesn't have anything. He's anywhere within 15 feet from the hole, and going by the whole location, looks like he'd probably play about 2 balls to the left, or somewhere around there.
Yeah, and and he's hit a few good putts in the last few holes.
And it's not
yeah.
not very slow also coming from that angle, so he doesn't really have to worry about the speed.
Yeah, he didn't have to worry about the ball reaching the hole.
Yeah.
He's-
On the last hole of the 3rd day, Gaurav Pratap Singh would like to close this with a 4, if not better.
Yeah, anywhere within 5 feet would be pretty good from here.
I won't be surprised if he hits it within 3 feet. I won't be. Because in the last few holes, you saw that he found the hole more number of times than not there. He's just
So
missed
he's
it.
the first one who hit it past the hole.
Brilliant putt. I think that's a great effort.
Yeah.
There you have the man in second position, a stroke behind the clubhouse leader, Shamim Khan, Gaurav Pratap Singh. Sudhir Sharma to go in next. Still deciding if Gaurav's marker is going to disturb Sudhir Sharma.
I think they were trying to clarify whether it's Honey's putt or Sudhir's first. Because they probably, Honey looks a bit closer, but yeah, probably almost the same distance. Like I was telling the viewership earlier, putts are generally, all putts are straight. You actually putt it to the point where you want the ball to start, and then let the gravity and the grain do its job and
turn it the way it is supposed to.
Yeah.
To close in with the 3, Sudhir Sharma, without wasting any time.
See, at least he had the ball had the right roll on it, because of him coming down grain.
Many a slip between the cup and the lip.
Yeah, this is probably maybe just left of center. Yeah, pretty much straight.
Possibly you understand these greens a little better than me.
Yeah, pretty much
But it's
straight.
definitely coming off the left. Oh, come on.
Just pushed it.
He was much closer than Sudhir, though. Maybe inside of 10 feet.
Yeah.
So the lead on day number 3 is exactly where it stood on day number 1.
Yep.
At -8. With the lone round in the 60s coming from the leader, Shamim Khan.
So Gaurav has a pretty good idea of how this one's going to move. He just watched Sudhir's putt slide by. So
Only 13 players recording under par rounds on this tough third day. Out of a pack of 56 players.
yeah. So
Gaurav sees some disturbance in the back, asking
Yeah.
the spectators to move aside.
whatever he decides, he stays committed to it. Yeah, it's really
very
good.
well hold. Gaurav Pratap Singh will, with that putt, will ensure his place in the final pairing for tomorrow, along with Shamim Khan. And we have a bunch up of 3 players in Sachin Basoya, Sudhir Sharma and Hani Basoya for the third position at 6 under par.
Yeah.
Karan Pratap, Kshitij, Navid Kaul, another stroke behind at 5 under. bringing up the tied 6th position. Like I said, it's open to anybody who is 5 under or better. The tournament is wide open.
Yeah, this is going to be fiercely contested tomorrow because even the guy at 4 under, 3 under has also got a chance if he goes low. And
here is a shout out to all the spectators. Please do come out and watch the final round and some great golf here at the Noida Golf Course at the closing 18 holes of the Delhi NCR Open 2023. Signing off from the studios, this is Digvijay Singh.
Amit Dubey.
And we look forward to some golfing action tomorrow.
Yeah. Hope to see you on air again tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.